Hi everyone, I am Prashant Nandam. I am a DevOps engineer and I am planning to start a Linux series and I am very excited to help students and beginners to get started with one of the most powerful operating system, which is Linux. And the repository here is designed as a beginner friendly guide to improve your understanding of Linux through practical day-to-day commands usage and fundamental concepts. And if you click on this repository, we will be having an overview and the content which are going to cover in this series. I planned this in 6 sessions. First one is Introduction to Linux and History, Linux File System and Navigation, Files and Directory Management, Users and Permission Management, Process and Package Management, Networking, Logs and System Info. And if you see here, we have a repo which is session 1, Introduction to Linux and History. In this, we will be covering what is an operating system and we'll deep dive into history of Linux and we'll see popular Linux distributions. Later we will see how to install a Linux machine on your local computer using virtualization tools like VirtualBox, and then we'll try to connect to the machine via PuTTY. After that we'll be creating an EC2 instance in AWS and we'll try to connect to it. And again, if you see here, let me brief a bit more on this. On this Linux and introduction to Linux and history, we'll be seeing it's like we'll begin with a Linux history and how it came to be and why it's so widely used today. And when it Linux file system and navigation, we'll be learning about Linux directory structures and how to move around using the command line and file and directory management. This includes creating and modifying, managing files and folders effectively. Users and permission management, we'll explore how Linux handles user accounts and how to manage file permissions securely. Then again, we'll be seeing process and package management. We'll cover how to manage running process and install or update software packages there. At last, we'll be going through networking logs and system info. Here finally, we'll be looking at the basic network commands, log files, and how to check system statuses. We'll be looking into this. Now, if we go to first session, as discussed earlier, we'll be going through operating system and history of Linux, popular Linux distributions, and creating an EC2 instance and connecting to it. Now, if you see what is an operating system, most of the people might aware of this, but just to explain again, an operating system is the main software that runs on a computer device, and it acts as a bridge between hardware and software. Now, if you see, we have so many operating systems, but a few of them are Windows, Mac OS, Linux. And in Linux, we have most popular Linux distributions. I mean, the distributions which we regularly use, which are Ubuntu, Red Hat Enterprise, and CentOS and Rocky Linux. These are the uh, most used one, and there are many other distributions as well, such as Debian, Fedora, Kali Linux. Now we'll see Introduction to Linux and Linux history. Here, I will explain you in short about how Linux came into existence. A short history about that. We all know Linux is a free open source operating system, and I would like to let you know that the Linux operating system has begun in 1991 when a Finnish student named Linus Torvald created it as a personal project. Before Linux, there was an operating system called Unix, which is developed in 1969, which was known for being powerful and stable, especially in universities and large companies. But whereas Unix is not a freely available one. Again, in 1987, a smaller educational version called Minix was created to teach students how operating system works. And later, Linus Torvalds used ideas from both Unix and Minix to develop Linux. And after developing the Linux and releasing it freely under an open source license, Linux grew very quickly with the help of developers around the world. And if you see today, Linux is one of the most used operating system. Now we'll see how to install a Linux machine in your laptop. To do that, we need to have a Oracle VirtualBox. I have provided a link here in the Git repo. If you click on that, it will take you to the official website, and from there you can download it as per your OS. Once it is downloaded, you need to search for it. Yeah, if you see, it is already downloaded in my file. We'll be opening that, and we will see how to create a Linux machine in our local laptop. After downloading the Oracle VirtualBox, you need to install it and click on New. Give a name for that. I'll be giving it as Linux FNPR, and I'll choose the folder. Now ISO file. I would like to inform you here, ISO file. To create an Linux machine in your local laptop, we need an ISO file. If you click on the link which I provided here, it will take you to the official website of Rocky Linux. In our case, I am downloading the Rocky Linux ISO file because I want to go with Rocky Linux. And you will be seeing here Rocky Linux versions 8, 9, 10. You need to download one of the here ISO files. And if what is an ISO now, you may ask me. It's like ISO is the installation image of the operating system. It's like a digital DVD that contains everything needed to install in Linux machine. And without ISO file, we cannot uh, set up a Linux machine in our environment. After downloading the Linux, now we have downloaded the VirtualBox. We also have the ISO file. I already downloaded it in my local machine. If you see here, Rocky 8.9 DVD ISO. Now open the Oracle VirtualBox, give a name. In the ISO image file, you need to select the ISO image. Now in my case, it is under the downloads. Let me select downloads DVD ISO. I have set the path, click next, give a name. I'll be giving Linux test. Password, I'll set it on my own. Once password is done, click next. Here we have to select base memory and the processor. 2 GB processor, 2 GB of memory is fine for me, and I'm okay with two processors, two CPUs. You can go as you wish, and I'll go with 40 GB of hard disk. Click next. Now it will give us what all we have selected. Now if you see, we have provided the username and the ISO image. Everything can be seen here, memory and processors, disk size and everything. Now click finish. It will take some time. Cool, it started. What I'm saying, may check some error, sorry. Okay, let me select the image again and see where it is going. Settings, storage, control ID and ISO image. Let me restart again. Okay, now if you see, the image is started. Now I'll install Rocky Linux 8. I downloaded 8.10 ISO and I'm going with the installation. The installation is started. It may take some time, please bear with me. And basically why we are creating this mission, because we need to have a Linux mission to work on the command. So that is why we are creating this Linux mission in our local laptop. And once it is done, we'll also see how we can create an EC2 instance in AWS and how can we connect from outside of our world, outside of the network, I mean to say. Now it will ask us some things. We need to give permissions. Yeah, I am okay with English US. Click continue. Now in this page, we have to select the installation shorts. That's okay, done. Now installation destination. We need to select the storage which you have provided. Not so. Yeah, we have selected our storage. And American time is okay for me. I want to expose to internet, so I'll turn on the Ethernet. Then again, now I want to explain you this software selection system. Here mostly we will use two things. If you want the mission to have GUI, we'll be going with the server with the GUI. And if you don't want to have GUI, I mean the normal GUI as Windows has operating system, like everything will be seeing, File Explorer, all those things. Similar way, Linux do have a GUI, and we can see all the options, terminal and browsers, everything in the GUI. If you don't want to go with GUI, we can select minimal installation, and in minimal installation, it will show us only command prompt. For now, I'll go with GUI, and I'll be creating a password for the user, root password. I'll reconfirm the root password. I'm done. I'll be creating a user. What to select for user? Let's select Rocky Linux on Rocky. And I want this to be as an administrator so that I don't need to make him as an administrator later if I required. I'll be giving the password. I didn't enter one more, I believe. Cool. Now we done with the process and everything. I'll begin installation. It will take some time. We'll hold on this. Now what it is trying to do is based on the image which is selected, which is 8.10 Rocky Linux, and it is trying to download all the packages, and they're trying to set up the environment for us. Take some time, we'll hold. Or else I'll do one thing, I'll pause the video and I'll come back once it is done. Just give a moment. It seems like it's done. Let's click on the reboot system. Now our system is getting ready. Will take only few minutes. We'll hold on. Okay, let's accept the license. I accept and I confirm. Finish configuration. Cool. Now the system is set up and the user which we created earlier is shown here and asking for the password to login. I'll be providing my password and cool. Now we'll be in the session. Yeah, if you see, this is Rocky Linux, the mission which we created recently. And if you click on activities, let's finish this as well. I'll go with English US, that's okay. Okay, skip, start using Linux. Yeah, if you click on activities, let's cancel this. If you click on activities, we'll get all the applications which required, Firefox and files, all the systems. And let's see on this. 39 GB it has came. We provided 40 GB. Okay, you can use terminal and all these things here. If you click terminal, we'll be getting a key. Let's select our IP. Let's look for IP. Okay, I forgot to mention. Let's a network. I have selected it as an act. It should be bridged. Let me go with the bridged for my use case and let's get here now. Host name -I. Now what we'll do, we'll try to connect this machine with a putty. Click putty. This I don't need now. Let me delete. What is the IP address? 10.0.2.15. I'll provide the same here as well so that I don't need to enter again and again. Save. After clicking, it will be saved, and once you click open, I need to restart the network settings, I believe. Yeah, that's what. Okay, let's cancel this. It's better restart VM. If it is taken changes or not, we'll come to know. Instead of starting the service, I am just going with the restart of the mission just to avoid any misconfiguration in between. You can also just start the network settings again. Okay, come on. Cool. It's loading. Wonderful. It's came again. Let's provide our password for the user. We will verify the IP addresses now and we'll connect via putty. To just verify the IP address, you can use this command host name hyphen capital I. Yeah, now if you see the IP is in 192 series. And to do this, you need to have putty installed. And what all we done now, we installed Oracle VirtualBox, we installed that, we download the ISO file, and we have followed the I mentioned the steps which we followed over there. And now to connect to that mission via putty, you need to download the putty application in your laptop. This is the official link for the putty. Once you click on that, it will take you to the official website, and you can click on the download and download it as per your requirement. And then after that, you can install it, and after successful installation you will be seeing an icon like this putty in under apps. Now we will provide our IP here. What it is, 192.168.0.2. Let me delete this since we don't need anymore. 192.168.0.2. Let's save this. Click open. Yeah, it will show you to accept. Now what we need to do, we need to enter our username, which is Rocky, and the password for that. Now we are in the lab terminal session. If you see, this is the GUI. This is the GUI of the mission. We created Rocky Linux, and this is the GUI, and this is the terminal. What we did after going here, we opened a terminal. After mission setup, we opened a terminal, and then we entered host name. Sorry, host name hyphen I to get the IP addresses, and this first one is your IP. And then we opened a party and we provided the username and password after giving the putty credentials. This is what we have done. Now we can verify the IP address here as well. If we click hostname hyphen IP, we will see 192.168.0.0, and then I want to, we can also see the files, and for this it will give you all the folders which are present, and we can verify present working directory. We are currently on home and Rocky is our user. Now what we'll do, I'll show you one last thing, how to verify the system details. For that we need to do cat and etc os release. Cat is nothing but it will just show you the output of the content which is under folder etc and file os release. Yeah, if you see here, we entered cat otc release, we see Rocky Linux and 8.10. This is our os details. And to exit the session, you can just click exit, it will close. And you can also verify the same here, present working directory. Oh, sorry, it's in cap, it should be case in home and Rocky. And under this, what we are going to do, we are verifying the OS details. See, it will show you Rocky Linux 8.10. That's how we, let me minimize this for a while. That's how we'll create an EC2, we create a virtual machine in Oracle VirtualBox in your laptop. So what all we have done now, we have seen introduction to Linux history and what are the operating system and popular Linux distributions. And then we have seen how to install Linux machine on your local laptop, local computer. For that, what we need a VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox, and we need an ISO file image. Then we need to follow the steps which we provided. I just added all the steps here. And then to connect to that mission via only terminal, we need putty for better user preference. If you want to go with only terminal and you don't want to use GUI for a while, you can take putty session and go with that. And what we need to have to download the putty, we need to go to the official website and we download it. and then again we can verify IP address by running hostname and all, and we also verified the operating system details by running cat etc host list, and these are the steps which we follow to connect to putty. Now what we'll do, we will log into our AWS account. I already have an AWS account. If not, you can create your own by clicking AWS and sign on. Let me show AWS sign up. You can click on any one of the link here and you can follow sign in. You can follow the steps provided here. I'm already in my mission, and what we'll do, we'll create an EC2 instance first. To do that, these are the AWS console and this is the search bar. You need to search for EC2 and click on the EC2 and then click on launch instance. Then you need to provide your mission name. For now, I'll be preparing Linux-PR. After giving the name, we need to select the image, Amazon mission image. When it comes to Oracle VirtualBox, VirtualBox, what we have done, we have downloaded a Rocky Linux ISO image. Similar way, to create an EC2 instance in AWS, we need an Amazon mission image. For that, we need to search for the Amazon mission image. Since we are going with Rocky Linux, I am searching the image name as Rocky Linux, and in marketplace we can see Amazon. I'll go with Rocky 8 and I'll subscribe on the instance launch. Now this image will be selected and it will show you here. What we did, we provided the mission name, we have selected the Amazon mission image, and this is the instance type which will show like how many CPUs you need, how much memory you need. For now, I'll go with the 2 CPUs, 4 GB RAM, T2 medium I will go. And to connect to that mission, we need a key pair. For that, you can click on create new key pair. You can give a key pair name, and .pem is for OpenSSH and .ppk for putty. You can use any, and if you have only installed only .pem and later you wanted to connect to putty, then you can just search puttygen. After installing puttygen, you will be able to convert the dot. Let me see if I have one. Yeah, I have. Load private key. Yeah. Now after downloading, once you download putty key generator will also be downloaded. By using putty generator, later if any case you want to go with uh, for now you have downloaded .pem key for OSH for OpenSSH, and later you want to connect to the instance via putty for some reason. In that case, you can use key generator to convert the .pem to .ppk. For now, I already created mine. I'll select my own key pair. I do have a key pair, but why it is asking me to create? Let me verify whether I have a key pair or not. Yeah, I do have a key pair here. Mm. Oh, sorry. Actually, I was in Mumbai region earlier. Let's me go to the Mumbai South one. Let's create our region again, our instance again in the AP South one. These are the regions. Mumbai. Mostly we'll select the one which is nearer to us. For some reason, I want to go with AP South one. Again, we will be searching for Rocky Linux image. Okay, let's select Rocky 8. I'll subscribe on instance launch. The image details will highlighted here again. Rocky 8 image, and I'll change it to T2 medium. 2 CPUs and 4 GB memory. Now if you click, I have my key pair again. I selected my key pair and I want to go with the default VPC for now. You can use your by default it will select all the default one. You can go with that, and if you want to change any, you can change here. Now what I want to do, ensure the public IP is enabled, because since it is a testing and we are learning Linux, we will be accessing, if you want to access it via outside of your network, I mean outside of your AWS, the public IP needs to be allowed. Now I want to go with the existing security gateway, which is default one. You can also create your own, but I want to go with default one for now. Now once verify again what all we did. We provided the mission name, we selected the image, then with the key pair, then the instance type, VPC and security gateway. VP is virtual private network, I mean the network which we are creating. Then launch instance. Cool. Let's go to the instance place and see if it is our, click on instance. It will check, it's in pending state. We'll wait for this to complete. If the status check is initializing, we'll be having two status checks. We'll explain it later. And actually, I'm planning to start AWS as well. Once we're done with Linux, we'll see in future. Now, if you see mission state is running and the instance check is still going on. Meanwhile, we'll verify the details in the instance. Yeah, if you see, this is our public IP, private IP, and VPC details and everything can be seen here. And this is the security group. We'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes again. Meanwhile, our AMI image ID and everything can be seen here. We can go through all those things. If you have access to AWS and if you are creating an instance over there, and you can connect to this instance with the EC2 serial console session manager. For session manager, we need to install SSM agent on it, and session client, serial console, all those things. You can give a try one on one. Now let's verify if putty session is possible or not. We'll open putty and we'll give the IP address 15.206.91.150. Don't worry, I will be terminating the mission later. Okay, yeah. Now I want to show you one more thing. Since I use my keeper, I'm able to. And if you haven't, then you have to give this one 15.206.91.150. Since I'm habituated entering twice, I'm entering. You can give only once. Now you need to click on connections, then SSH, then auth, then credentials, then browse. You have to browse the file, the key pair, and then click OK, and then again go to login session, click open, and it will accept and give you a session. The username will be Rocky only, I believe. Yeah, if you see username was Rocky. Yeah, it's Rocky. Now if you enter host name FNI, it will show you the private IP addresses. since this is our local. And if you want to see APM, you can see all other IP addresses. Now what we'll do, we'll verify which path we are in. Yeah, we are in home Rocky, and we also verified who we are. We are Rocky. Now what we'll do, we'll verify the OS like we did earlier. etc OS-release. You see, we'll showing Rocky Linux 8.9 similarly. That's how we'll connect from. And one more thing I want to inform you, security gateway. And if you are unable to access the mission outside of your AWS via PuTTY, you need to go to edit inbounds and SSH from anywhere. SSH to anywhere. You just simply you can create a rule and search for SSH, and custom you can give anywhere, something like that, and you can give a try. Now that's all I have for now. Well, that's all for today. Hope you uh, now you are able, I mean, now you understood how Linux works and how can we connect and to the missions, and we can create EC2 instance. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, I am Prashant Nandam. As we all know, we have started a Linux series. Linux most used commands we have started, and yesterday we have completed introduction to Linux and history, and today we'll be going to Linux file system and navigation. Just to see what we have learned yesterday is like we have learned introduction to Linux history and what is an operating system, example of operating system, popular Linux distributions, and then we have seen how to install Oracle VirtualBox on your local machine and how to set up a VM in your local machine and connecting it to a and connecting it to via PuTTY. And we have also created an EC2 instance and we tried connecting it to it from your local machine via PuTTY. Hope you all have followed the steps and created a virtual machine and things. Today we will be covering Linux file system and navigations as well. In this session, we'll cover what is file system components, and hierarchical tree structure. And once it is done, we'll also see the most used commands in file system and navigations, which is print working directory and change directory, list directory contents, and some special directory symbols as well. Uh, Now we'll see what is file system. A file system is a method used by an operating system to organize, store, retrieve, and manage data on storage devices like hard drivers, SSDs, and USB drivers. I hope you all understood. File system is used by an operating system to store and retrieve data. Now we have file system components, which is files, directories, metadata, mount points, and nodes. What we'll do, we'll go one by one on this. First, we'll see what is files and how files is created. If you see here, I am in my mission, and to create a file, let's see what all we have. Okay, I'll go switch to Rocky. If you see here, yeah. Now what I'll do, I'll move to downloads. See where we are, CD home, then down. Okay, we are entering wrong path. Forgot we are in Rocky. Cool. I just forgot we are in Rocky user, so I was trying to get into home and downloads. What we did, we let's show it to you again. Yeah, if you see nothing in ls. To teach you again, first we are going to will verify where we are. We are in this pwd is used to check the present working directory. We are under working directory home. Rocky is a user, and I want to go to downloads under this. Yeah, if you see no files has created here. ls is used to list the files. If you see no files has been created. Now as we see in here files, we'll see we all know what is file. It contains some data. Now let's see how to create a file in Linux. For that we have a command which is touch and the file name. What I did, I have used touch command, and test.txt is my file name. Now if you see we have test.txt. This is our file, and to list its contents we can do ls-l test.txt. It will show Rocky and when it is created and what it is file. This is a file. This is how a file is created. Okay, hope you got it. Now we we have seen what is file and how to create a file. Now we'll see what is directory and how to create a directory. Directory is nothing but it's like a folder which is in your Windows machine. Now if I do ls, we are seeing all these folders, desktop documents. These are called directories. And if you want to verify now, if I do ls-l, we are seeing with d, which means directories. And to make it very clear for you, what I'll do, I'll create a file again, sample.txt. Now I'll use the same command. If you see, it is not showing d. So these are the directories and these are the file. Similar way, now we came to know what is directory. Directory is a folder. We'll see how to create a directory. To create a directory, we need to use mkdir, make directory, and we need to give the name for the directory. I'll give session 2. Oh, I haven't put my password. Cool, let me give my password. Wonderful. Now if you see session 2 will appear here. If you see session 2, this is the directory. And now what we have done, if you verify, we have created a directory which is session 2 by using mkdir. Now what we'll do, we'll go to the directory. Now we are in directory. If you see present working directory, we can see it shows session 2. Why? Because we are in the directory. We have used cd and then session 2. Now I'll create a file in this. I'll name it as pr.txt. I forgot I need to give sudo pr.txt. If you do ls, we can see pr.txt file is created. Now hope you all understood what is file, how file is created, what is directory, and how directory is created. Now we'll see metadata, information about file, which is size and all those things. We already have a file under this directory, under this file. Now what we'll do, we'll verify the metadata for this file. To get that, we need to use a command which is stat and then the file name. If you click enter, now what I did, stat and pr.txt file name. You can see file name, file size, blocks, and all those things. Who has access, I mean read write access, and everything can be seen here, last modified and birth, everything. This is how metadata is verified. And last thing I want to show you is mount points. To check mount points, we have to do df-h. These are the mount points. If you see here, uh, these all are mounted in dev and run, root, boot. These are called as mounted and mount points. Hope you clear on this. Let's recap again. What is file? File, it contains some data, and how to create a file, touch and file name. File name. If I need to be in sudo, yeah, this is how we'll create a file. And how to create a directory, mkdir and test. If you click enter, yeah, now we have directory as well. This is how a file is created and a directory is created. And what we have done, yeah, you can verify directory metadata as well just by giving stat and the directory name. This will give you the information when created and all those things. Cool. Hope you understood what is file, what is directory, what is metadata and mount points. We'll discuss later in notes. Now what we'll do, we'll move on to hierarchy tree structure in Linux. A hierarchy file system is one where files are organized in a tree-like structure. All files are organized in a tree-like structure, and the root of the tree is the topmost directory called root. If you see here, cd, yeah, now under we are in root. Under root we have all these things. We are in root folder now. Cool. Root, under root all the things are available, and branches and leaves of the tree represents a directory. Each directory might have subdirectories as well, as we seen in our previous comments. Now what I'll do, I'll show you the tree structure for our OS. Let me clear the screen first. I have cleared my screen. Now what we'll do, we'll see how hierarchy is here. To do that, you need to have tree installed in your machine. To verify that, I'll enter tree and then why it's stuck. Okay, cool. I have mentioned you. I'll show you the hierarchy of the Linux folders and files. To do that, we need to have tree installed in our machine, and then which path we are checking, root path. Yeah, this is how it looks. We have 491 directories total, and if you see here, it I'll explain you command first. I'll show you here itself. What we did, sudo is root permissions it required. So we have tree command, and after that l. It will show only up to 2 level deeps, not more than that when we use 2. And D is for show only directories, not files. And we use sudo to avoid permission denied for some systems. Now if we go here, see, we have root. Under this all are have bin. We have under bin we have user bin, boot, dev, block, all those directories we have. Now let's see each one. I'll just explain you an overview. Bin contains essential system binaries, okay, and boot is loader files, which is kernel and grub. Then what we have dev. Dev is device files. Then we'll be having etc. etc is system wide configuration files. All system wide configuration files are stored under etc. Then we have home. Home is user directories. Whenever you create a user, it will be highlighted in the home directory and a space is given for that user. Now what we have done under home, we have created a Rocky user. That is why we are seeing Rocky. Next we have lib. Lib is essentially for shared libraries. Then we'll be having media. What media will do? It's auto mounted external devices. It will mount external devices. Then we have MNT. It is temporary mount points. Then we have process, which is virtual file system for processes. It shows all processors, data details, data, something like. And then we have where it is processor we done. Then root is nothing but home directory for the root user. And then we'll be having some SBIN, that is important. Yeah, SBIN. In SBIN, we'll be having system administrative binaries. All system administrative binaries will be stored in SBIN. Later we have where it is system binaries. Then what I want to explain, users. Under users, it is a secondary hierarchy. User installed softwares can be seen here, and temp is temporary files. Then what else we have? Var. It is like variable data like logs and yeah, it is like variable data like logs. Let me explain you one more time on this. We have used a tree command to show a hierarchy, and we under root we have bin file. It is essential for binaries. And we have boot. It is a bootloader file, kernel and all those things. And then we have dev, which is device files. Then we have etc. It is system wide configuration files. Will be having home is the home directory, and under home directory we'll be having users. And then what we have, we done with home. Then I forgot lib. We have lib. It is essentially shared libraries. Then we have processors. We can see processor information over there. And root will be having home directory of root user. Root in its home directory of root user. And then we'll be having SBIN, which is system administrative binaries, and temp for temporary files. And then user for secondary hierarchy. And at last we'll be having var, which is variable data like logs. Now what I'll do, I'll show you each thing. I'll show you this thing. Which one we seen what is tree and all those things. Now we'll see this explanation of key directories, what is root, what is bin. I'll just switch to the directories and I'll show you what all it contains. That is enough for now. First we'll verify where we are. PWD is present working directory. We are under home and Rocky. Now I'll switch to root. Now it will show we are in root here. If you see here, root. Now we are in root. After root, what we have done, we seen another files, which is bin. We have bin. This is the bin, is for essential user binaries. It contains all binaries. Then we have boot. Boot, let me switch to boot. Then we have boot, and these are the bootloader, and it is critical for system startup. Now I'll come back and I'll move to dev only, I believe. Yeah, dev. in dev it had as discussed, dev contains device files. It is like everything is treated as a file in Linux, under device files. And under device files, then what we have, etc we discussed, correct? cd etc. Under etc we'll be having all configuration files, and these are the configurations files. Now what we'll do, we'll move to home. Under home we'll be having user data, and then what we have, shared libraries. We'll move to cd and what it is, lib yeah, it's lib. These are the libraries, and then mount is okay, that's not required for now. If you want, we can move to mount as well. If I okay, it's not having any data over there. Then we have user, yeah, these are the user programming libraries. And at last we have var. These are the variable files. Now you may ask me why user bin and sbin are so many times. It's like, let me explain you. Bin and sbin are needed for minimal boot environment, and user bin and user sbin, user install software will be shown. And then we have lib and user lib. These are libraries. And then we have opt, which is optional third-party apps. That is what we have mentioned here. Cool. We seen tree hierarchy, file system, later directories. We also verified what it is as. We discussed about user bins. Yeah, this is important one. Absolute and relative path. If you see here, this is a foundational concept in Linux file system navigation, and it's critical for engineers to understand how to move through the directories confidently. And what is path in Linux? A path in Linux defines how to reach a file or a directory from certain location in the file system. As we see in here, now where we are under var. Now what if I do home? Now we are under home. This is the path. Switching from similar way, we have two paths. One is absolute path and the other is relative path. Let me explain you this. If you see here, absolute path, if a path starts with a forward slash, it is an absolute path. And relative path is, if it does not start with a slash, then it's a relative path. And an absolute path always starts from root directory, and it shows an complete path destination. If you see here, home, student, document, world.txt. This is the root, which is path, and this is the directories, and this is the file. Now if you see, absolute path for this, no, oh, I didn't change, I mentioned it wrong. For this world.txt is home, student, and document. Even if we are in var or any other, this path will take us to, let me show you that as well. What we have mentioned, let me remember. Home, yeah, we are on home. Let's create a student. uh, uh, Now we have home, we have student. Under student we have what is documents. Why we have documents. Now if you do, we have documents. Under documents, what we have, world.txt, world.txt. Let me go to root itself so that I can avoid entering password. See, we haven't moved to documents. Now let's create sample.txt, which is under downloads. Now let me go to var first, and then yeah. Now if you see, I'm in var, and I'll move to cd var. Okay, now I'm under var, and to go to the absolute path, which as we mentioned, that is, before this, let me explain you this thing. It will be easy. I'll show you the path. cd student, or cd under home we have student, under student we have documents. Yeah, if you see here, present working directory, what is home student documents. Now what I'll do, I'll go to var, I'll go to var. Now if you see, I am under var. Now if I want to go to this student documents, I can directly go by entering its path, home student documents, and once I click ls, I'll be getting the path. This is absolute path. Now we'll see relative path. That is absolute path. If you see relative path, it is like our current location. Now if you see, for an example, we are in home student, and now you want to access document.txt. For that, what we did earlier, we use cd home students documents. Now I'll come back directly. Now if you see, present working directory, under, now I am under home and then students. Now if I want to access this sample.txt, and if I do cd documents, yeah, cd documents, and then sample, yes, now we are in sample.txt. This is how we'll go to files in relative path. Absolute path is when we use this entire thing, and relative path is when we are in home student, we just moving one directory. This is relative path. This is the difference between absolute and relative path. Now we will see most used commands in day-to-day life. Cool. I'll go to where it will be easy. Now to know in which directory you are and where you are currently, for that we need to enter pwd. Now I'm under root. In some, in if in case, if I am in home, if I do pwd, it should show home. And now I'll go to our file, home student doc. Yeah, now it should show us complete path, home student documents. Now if I go to documents, sorry, home student documents, if I do ls, it should show this thing. Yeah, if you see documents, now where I am present working directory, home student documents, and this is how we'll verify our present working directory. And now where we are in documents. Now if I want to go to home, then I'll just use cd and tilt. It will take me to the home. Now if you do present working directory, I'll be in root home. Now what I'll do, I'll go to this path and I'll show you, let's come one file back. Sorry. Yeah, cool. Now I'm in student. Now if I want to, better I'll go home. Present working directory. Now I'm in home. Now if I want to come back, in the sense go one level up, then I'll do cd hyphen hyphen hyphen. Yeah, this is how I'll go up. And now if I want to go to previous location, then I'll use cd hyphen, and now again if I use cd hyphen, it will take me to the previous one. If I use cd, better we'll go to this student path. If I use cd dot dot, it will take me to the one level up, I mean previous one. Now one level up, the previous file it will take me. If you see, inside student we have documents. When I'm in documents, I have entered cd dot space dot dot, so it took me to student. Now what I'll do cd space dash, it should take me to the documents because it was my previous path. That's one thing. Now listing directory contents, we'll see, we have file here, correct? Yeah. If you do ls, it will show you the content, and if you do ls hyphen l, then it will show you permissions owner size. If you do ls hyphen a, it will show you the hidden files. And then if you do ls hyphen lh, it will show you readable, human readable sizes. That's all. And then if I switch this, for suppose, let me go here. For suppose if I have any script or something, like instead of going and the script is in my current path, then I can use cd dot and forward slash script sh, then the script will run. And cd dot dot, we discussed parent directory, this is path, this is root directory. And we also seen some scenarios. Let me see if I can, then what scenarios we have. Command use, okay, let's see. Now we perform so many commands here. Now if you want to verify those commands, you can just run history. It will show you all the commands. Instead of going up, you can run history. It will show you what all we did. History command will give our steps which we performed in our previous time. Now what we'll do, we performed cd as well, we changed the directory as well. And then yeah, let me show you this. Now I'm in, if I want to, let me list the content here, ls. Now you can see documents and world.txt file. Now if I want to go to documents, I don't need to enter documents and each word. I can just click D and tab. It will give me the details and it will take me to the path. Similar way, now if I do cd, let's do ls. What we have, Rocky and student. Now cd, I'll press enter and then use tab. It will give me the student. Under that, what we have document. Then enter, it will take us to the path. That's one thing. Then let me see any. These are the most used things. We have seen how to create a file, how to create a directory, how to move file. I mean, how to move from one directory to another directory, how to print directory. Did I miss anything apart from that? Let's recap. We have seen what is file system, and we have seen this. We have verified the hierarchical structure as well. Then we have seen what all it contains. Later we have seen difference between user bin, navigate, absolute path we have seen, relative path we have seen, and commands also we have seen. Examples you can try. I'll make the Git repo available for you. Cool. That's all from my end today. Hope you understood the session. If you have any question, please feel free to drop a comment. I'll try to respond. That's all from my end. Hello everyone. Hi. As a part of our Linux most used commands, which is Linux series, today we are going to cover session 3, which is file and directory management. Same, I have created a repo file in our repository, and I have added a readme file with all the information which we are going to do today. First we'll see what is file. A file is it contains some data. Now in this session we'll be covering two things. One is file management and the second is directory management. In file management, we'll be seeing how to copy a file, rename a file, how to create a file, how to delete a file, move file, read file, and many other. And when it comes to directory management, similar again, we'll see how to create a directory, view directory, rename directory, delete directory, move directory, and we'll also see how to copy a directory from one directory to another directory. Now, first we'll see one by one. Let me go to my putty session. Cool. Now, as we are in file management, and now we'll see how to create a file. First, we'll see present working directory. We have used print working directory command, and we are under home and user Rocky. Now, what we'll do, we'll create a file. Uh, to create a file, what we need to do, we have to use a command which is touch and the file name. We'll create session 3 as we are in session 3 today. Session3.txt. Cool. Our file has got created. If we do ls, we can see session3.txt. Let me remove this sample first. Cool. Yeah, now our session3.txt file is created. Now for suppose if you want to create multiple files, you can use touch file1.txt, file2.txt, file 3.txt and click enter. Now if you do ls list, it will show you all the files which has been created by using touch. Now what we have seen how to create a single file with the help of touch command. We also seen how to create multiple files with the help of touch. Now we will see how to add content to the file. We have multiple ways to do that. I'll show you one by one. First we'll see echo. Echo command is used to add content to your file. Now we see echo, and what will I am Howard uh, or rock the fountain head. This is my one of my favorite book. Now what I will do, I'll let me add quotations to make I'm Howard fountainhead. Now what you have to do, you have to use this arrow icon and then the file name where we'll keep it in 3 SESSION session3.txt. Now if you see, it has been moved, it has been updated in the session 3 file. To view that, we have a command which is cat session3.txt. Now what cat does is it will print you the content inside the file. If you see, I have done cat and the file name. It is showing me the content which is present in the session 3 file. This is one way to add details. And if you want to add additional lines to this session 3 file, then also we can use echo. Echo is used in uh, simple lines, to add simple lines. Mostly I will use it to add only 1 or 2 lines. Now what I'll do, Ayn Rand, the writer of Fountainhead, echo Ayn Rand. Now I'll use 2 arrows and then the file name session3.txt. Now what we'll do, this appends and adds the additional line to the session 3. See, again we'll do cat session 3. See, the second line is Android. This is how we can use echo in our Linux mission. This is first thing. Second thing I'll show you, which is nano. Nano needs to be installed in our VM. If not installed, you can install it by running dnf yum install or sudo yum install, something like. Sorry, is dnf nano install and yum nano install. Like, now what I'm doing, we are adding content into the session 3 file with the help of nano. Again, I'll use sudo nano and the file name. I have to provide my root password. See, now what will I do? Session 3, adding content to a file using nano. We have done with adding. Now after adding, what you have to do, you have to press Ctrl O, enter, Ctrl X. It will be saved. Again, you have to do cat to see the content inside the file. See, session 3 is added. This is one more way. Another way we have is, which is vim or vi. First, what we have to do, we have to give vi. Let me go so that I don't have to session3.txt. It will open the file directly, and to write anything inside this file, I need to press I. It will go to insert mode. You can see here below, insert. Now I'm in insert and I'll add content session 3, adding data to file via vim or vi. Now we have added the file. Now what you have to do, we have to save this file, and first we'll see save and quit. For that we have to press skip and then call, then W and Q. What it will do, it will add the content and it will save, it will close. See, we have added data via vim. Now again we'll go to vim, we'll go to insert mode. Now what will I'll just save the file. Now saving, I'll add saving, and to only save the file you have to do, oh sorry, click escape, and we have to use only W, so uh, it will not close. This is, you can see line or written something like. Now again if I go to insert mode, and again, now what will I show you, what I'll show you is, I'll add content to the file and I'll exit the file, then let me show, I'll add saving to. Okay, now I press skip and colon, then I'll do Q and the exclamation mark. What this will do, it will quit the file without saving. Now we added a file and we haven't saved, and we just quit the file. If you see, only saving is there, not the previous line. That's how it works. Now what we'll do, we'll clear the screen for a while, or else let it be. We'll see what files we have. Yeah, now we'll see, uh, copying a file from one location to another location. To do that, what we have to do, we have to first get the file details. How can I sell? Let me wait. CP and the file 1.txt. Now I'm copying it to home, Rocky, and we'll take it to documents. Home, Rocky, then documents. Oh, sorry. By mistake, I added question mark. Let me now we'll verify. Same way, we can use cat documents to see the file. Let's switch to documents. Home, okay, and then documents. Am I entering it wrong or how? It is case sensitive error. It should be cap. Let's clear screen for a moment. Let's do this again. File txt and then documents. Now what we'll do, we'll do ls and we'll switch to documents. If you do ls, same file will be present here. Now what we have done, with the help of cp, we moved file1.txt to home Rocky documents. Now what we'll do, we'll see how to rename a file. We have seen how to copy a file. Now we'll see how to rename a file. For that, what we'll do, if you click ls, we have only one file, which is file.txt, and we are in home Rocky documents. Now what I'll do, I'll change this file 1.txt to file 10.txt. To do that, we have a command which is mv and the file name and then the new file name, file 10.txt, and if you click enter, now you do ls, it will change it to file 10.txt. Similar way, if I want to give to 1000.txt mv, this has to be 10 because our current file name is 10 and the new file name is file 1000.txt. Now if I do ls, it is changed to 1000.txt. That's one thing. And then we'll see how to delete this file. rm is used for deleting. See, no file is there. Rm is used for deleting. We have seen copying file. Now we'll see moving a file. We'll come back to our previous. Now where we'll move file 3 to pictures. To do that, we need to use mv is also used for move as well, don't confuse in that. mv old file name and new file name, it will rename the file. mv file name and the path, it will move the path, it will move the file to provided destination. Now what we are doing, file3.txt, and we are moving it to home Rocky, and then case sensitive pictures, and when I click enter, and it has been moved to pictures. Now if you see ls, file 3 won't be available here. See, file 1 file 2.txt is not there. That's how it is. Now what I'll do, I'll go to pictures and I'll try to get it back again. CD home Rocky and pictures ls. We have file. Now what I'll use previous command mb file pictures. Now what I'll do, I'll remove this thing. So it will go to Rocky. Now if I do ls, nothing will be present in the pictures file. And if I come back from that my directory and if I do ls, it will be present in the previous path, which is home and Rocky. That's we will move the file. Now we'll see uh, two commands. One is cat. I mean, we are seeing the commands which can be used to read the file. First thing is cat. We can see content inside the cat. When we run cat and session3 file, it will show us the content inside the session3 file. In similar way, we can also use less and the session3.txt. It will show us the uh, scrollable view. That's one thing. That's one thing. And the second one is we have head, which is used to show only few lines. Let's see now how many lines we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines in the session3. What I'll do, I'll use head and I'll see only one file. To do that, what I have to do, head, I'll get 10 files I can see. Well, let's see. And where is it? Yeah, it is showing complete files. I have to give only I need to provide some number. For that, what I'll do, I'll add command again, head, and then session3.txt, and we need to give number. Oh, I forgot a hyphen n session.3xt. Here we have to, why am I screen getting stuck? I'll provide one and the session3.txt file name. If I click enter, it will show only one line. Similar way, if I do 2, it will show me 2 lines. This is how it is used. And now what else we left? We seen all the things. Let me see the board. I'm unable to recollect. We have seen nano, and we seen copy file, rename file, delete file, move file, cat, tail we have okay. Now similar tail is also used to show the last lines. If I do these things, tail, it will give me last few lines. See, saving is the last line, so it's saving and then the space. If I change this number to 3, it will give us another line. That's how it is. These are the commands which we use. Now what I'll do, how many files we have? File 3. We can do locate as well. Locate session3.txt. We can locate that as well. Let me change the directory and see how it goes. Home and Rocky and documents. I'll go and I'll use the same command. Okay, for some reason I'm getting error. But it has to locate the file. Why it is not? Let me verify.
Did I miss any command? Simple locate, it has to give us the file. Mm, might be, let me retry once again, and if that doesn't work, then I need to update the locate. I'm not getting the command locate, and then what will do session 2 will use once. This what session 2 is showing. See, session 2 we created yesterday. Home Rocky documents. Under home Rocky we have session 2, and we have home Rocky session 2, and we have pr.txt inside that, and we have rocky.txt, and we also have test. This is how we can use locate. And after locate, what we have, after locate we have find. Okay, similar way you can use find as well, but dimension details, yeah, find, path to search, and name and file name. Simply this as well. Just you have to use, if I want to search things here, find, and what I mentioned, path to search, I'll use the same path, home blocking, and then session, its case sensitive, it's a small letter, session 2, and then file name, which is pr. Did I miss any? Yeah, not too sure. Okay, what I'll do, this is correct, but why it's not working? Find is correct, and this is also correct. Okay, let's verify another thing. Find, we'll go to documents. We have one contents in the documents, correct? Documents, and then I'll use file hyphen name, and then I'll use my file, which is session3.txt. Session3.txt. Crazy, I might have deleted that. Okay, let's create again. Touch. What I'll do, I'll create one project.txt file. I'll ls. I'll come out of this path. I'll use the same command with the project.txt. See, now it will showing find home rocket. Inside this, we are searching for projects. Similar way, if where it is, session 2, is it cap? No. Session 2 folder, we are searching for pr.txt. Yeah, we verified only pr earlier. Pr.txt.
pr.txt. See, it will showing us. This is how we'll find files. Next, we can have grep. Let's use the grep. Grep is used to search a sentence inside a file. What I'll do, I'll write and how I entered. I forgot. Might be this space I have heard and which file it was. Session 3.txt. See, we can use grep and get only content from that single file. To brief more, I'll use session 3.txt cat. If you see ayn rand is present here, similar way in place of ayn rand I'll use what we'll use I am. See, I am Howard. This is how it works. This is grep. Now I'll show you command to compress this file. ls, how many files we have in this? We'll compress this session file 1.txt. For that gzip we have used to use gzip and caps lock file 1.txt. If you see now ls, it could have zipped. See gzip. This is how we'll zip the files. And to remove file rm, and let's remove this documents question mark, documents question mark, and ls. If you see you can't find that thing. This is how we delete, and let's delete this and the documents as well. Cool. This is how delete is used. Next we have directory management. I believe is it correct? We done with this all gzip. Let's verify again. We created a file, we used echo, we used nano, we used vi, we copied the file, renamed the file, deleted the file, moved the file, we have verified cat list, we located a file, we have searched file, and you have searched a content inside a file. We have zipped the compressed file. Now we will see directory management. What all we do: create directory, nested directories, current directory, rename directory, delete directory. Okay, cool. Now let's go randomly. Now first what we have create directory. If you see here, no other directories as present other than which mentioned. Now I'll do mkdir is used to create a directory. Now what I'll do, I'll create Honos and click enter. Now if I click ls, it will show us a folder with name Thonos. Yeah, here you can see Thonos folder. This is how we create a directory. Now if I want to create multiple directories, to do that I have to use mkdir again, and then parent directory I have to provide, which is I'll use Thonos for a moment. Thonos is my parent directory, and then I'll use root. Now if I do ls, you can't see Groot here because Groot is mentioned in Thonos. Okay, let's get into that. Now we'll do, let's see Groot. This is how we'll do directories. I mean nested directories. You can have multiple. You can now if you want to create, you can create again mkdir parent directory is Groot, and then you can have Groot and baby Groot. Then I'll create Thor. Now if I do ls, we will see only root. If I want to do cat, bonus, and then I have root, we will see. We can cat directory. Okay. We have root. Now we'll go to root current directory and then root. If you do ls, it will show us baby root. Now if I switch to baby root and then do ls, it will show me Thor. That's how it works. This is how directories are created, and you can verify where we are by doing present work. Right? If you see, we are inside Thomas, then group, then baby group. This is how it is. And then we have renaming a directory. What I'll do, I'll come one step back. Where I am now, yeah, group. Now I'll try to change this baby group name. Similar way, same command we can use. Baby group 2 space and the new name. What will provide? Hmm, Loki. Now if I do ls, it will change it to Loki. This is how we change directories. And to delete a directory, we can just use, to delete a file, we are using rm, and to delete a directory, we have to use rmdir. I need to be, so it will ask for password. Yeah, it is showing directory is not empty because inside group we have created any other, I believe. Inside, look, what is there? Or is there? That is why it is not getting deleted. Okay, now let's try deleting Thor. If I do ls, I have look. I'll switch to look. If I do ls, I have Thor. Now I'll show you how to delete Thor. Same command rmdir and then file name. See, since the file is empty, it got deleted. Now what we'll do, we'll get a step back, and now if we do ls, we have group. Inside group, what we have? Baby group. Look we have, and now it will show us mdir group is not an empty directory. And to delete our empty directories, we will be using rm-r and the directory name. See, now we can't see any file with group. That's how we delete the files. Now we'll see moving. We'll completely come back once. We'll do ls. Now what we'll do, we'll create two folders. Okay, dir folder 1, folder 2. ls, you can see folder 1 and folder 2. Now I'll move folder 1 to folder 2. Same command, mv folder 1, then path, what it is, home, Rocky, and folder 2. If you do ls, folder 1 can't be seen here because it's moved to folder 2. Now what I'll do, I'll cd to folder 2 and then I'll do ls. You can see folder 1. That's how we can move Now I want to copy this folder 1 to templates. We'll see how to do that. For that we'll do cp and then source directory -r and the uh, where it is folder 1, and where I want to move it to home Rocky and then templates. If you do ls, the file will be present here now as well as in the templates as well. cd ls, see, folder 1 is present in both places. That's how we can copy a file and to list content inside of this. We continuously using, you all might aware of now. To list content we can use ls. It will show us details, and if we want to get details of any file we can use ls home okay and session 2 data. See, I want to verify uh, content inside session 2. I verified ls home rocky and the folder name, it will give me the content. Similar way, if I want to edit, verify the content which is in under test, I don't have any, that's why it came empty. That's one thing. And if you want to verify detailed list of the files, then you can use ls -l, and we have more content in session 2, that is why I'm using session 2 folder. See, this is how it comes. And then we can also verify the same with Thonos. We have multiple folders inside it. Okay, we do not have any content to list, that is why it's showing. Now what I'll do, we do not have any hidden files. That's how I have for today. Let me see if I miss, and this is how this, okay, listing directly and all those things you can use ls. And then we have seen this, to list contents inside a directory you can do just ls and directory name. See, I'll show you. ls bonus. Oh, it is directory inside directory. No, we have directories inside that. What I'll do, I'll see what it inside of it. Rocky and then Thomas. What I have, I don't have any. Acha, I do not have anything inside Thomas. That is why I'm unable to. Where we created this root, all those things. For that we can use history. It will show us all the commands which we performed. Okay. We forced filter now. Okay, fine. List directory. I'll use session 2 only. ls, and if you use session 2 dot see, we are getting content. That's how it works. And then what all I have, I do not have any hidden files. So if you want to see any hidden file, you can use ls -la, or it is l -la and the directory name. See, we have these two hidden files, dot dot. That's why we are getting this. That's how it is. Cool. Just will recap. By the end of the session, we are now aware of file and directory management, most used commands, the things which we be using in regular day-to-day life, which we have seen how to create a file and how to create multiple files. Let me show here. History is used to see all the contents, commands which we perform. See, from here we have started. If you see this, we created with the help of touch, we created multiple files. Echo, we have added content into the session 3, and then we cat is used to uh, read the content inside of session 3 file. Then we have added multiple lines, appended echo and two dashes arrows, then it will append to the session 3. Then we have verified the content again, and we have done another way. We have used nano to add content into the file, and then we have used vi. We have learned how to insert content in the file by using vi, and we have also seen how to save the file, and how to just save the file, and how to save and close the file, and how to close without saving. Then we have seen copying the file, then renaming the file, moving the file, deleting the file, and listing the files with this head, cat, tail, all those things we have verified. And locating a file, we also seen finding file, we have seen grep is most used thing uh, to find a sentence in any file we have seen. And then we seen how to delete a file, and then how to zip a file also we have seen. And we have verified how to create a directory, and how to create multiple directories. I mean, I have a group directory, inside that baby group directory, inside that thought directory. In this we have seen, and we have seen how to rename a directory, how to move directory, how to copy directory, how to delete a directory, how to force delete directory, and we have seen how to delete empty directory, and we have also seen how to delete a non-empty directory as well. Cool. Hope the video is interesting, and I believe you all now aware of the most used commands in files and directory management. Files and directory management. Yeah, that's it. Cool. I also added all the things in our Git repo. You can fork, or you can star, or you can just have a look into this repo. You'll be having much more information. I'll I have saved all our conversation here. I mean, I have added a document for session 1, for session 2, and session 3. Cool. That's all I have for today.
Hi, I'm Prashant Nandam, and today we'll be starting our session 4 in our Linux most used command series. And session 4 is of completely related to users and permissions management. I prepared notes for the same in Git repo, and today we'll be covering what is user management and the most commands which you used, such as creating user, deleting a user, and changing permissions of that user, and adding the user to group. And similarly, we'll also see how to create a group, and we'll see uh, what are the permissions that we have in the group, and what permissions we can change to the user and the folder and all those things. Let's start. I'm in my root directory, and we'll start with creating a user. And if you see ls, I have only rocky user. Now I'll be creating a user. To do that, I need to use user add. Since I'm in root, I'm not using sudo. If you are not root user, you need to use sudo root. I'm in root, then user add, and I'm using Satya. Cool. Now if you do ls, there is a user with name Satya. Okay. Now I want to, if you see here, we have given only username, but we haven't provided any password for the user. Now to provide the password or to change any existing password of the user, we need to be in the root user and we need to have this password and then username. It will ask for new password and provide the password. Done. Now we are with the user Satya. Now what we need to do, and now we'll see whether the user is created or not. For that we can use a wd and pipe. The symbol is called pipe, and then username. What our username? Satya. Where it means I didn't provide one. pa cat etc pa. I didn't provide a grep is used to get this user details. It will search and fetch the user. Yeah, if you see here, we have Satya user under home directory and bin bash. Now what we have seen? We have seen how to create a user, how to set password to the user, how to verify the user details. Now we'll see how to delete a user along with the directory. I mean, if you see, this Satya folder is completely for Satya user. Now I'll create a one file here, touch sample.txt, and if I do ls -l, I have this sample.txt. Now what I'll do, I'll go to Satya folder, and then this is Satya directory, cd home, and then Satya. I mean Satya directory. Now if I do ls, I don't see any, because this sample.txt is created under root, and these have only read read permission, so I can't see anything. Now if I want to create anything, touch world.txt and do ls, it can be seen here, world.txt. Okay, and now again I'll exit pwd Satya ls-l home. See, world.txt I can see here. Now if I switch back to my previous one, which is home, and do ls-l, I can't see that file here. Why? Because I created under Satya. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll delete the folder. I mean, I'll delete the Satya user along with their directory. To do that, I'm in sudo, so I'm not going to use any sudo command. Userdel -r and then the username. If you do ls, it will be completely deleted. This is how we'll delete. Now I'll show you one more thing. Now we have seen how to delete a user, and now what we'll do, we'll create a group, we'll add the user to the group, and then we'll try we'll verify if the user is under that group or not. Then we'll remove the group from that user. To do that, first we need to create a group add, and then the group name. What will create group name? Testing group. Now group has been created. To verify group, you can do cat etc and group group and the below testing group. It has been created. That is what we created, correct? Testing group, yes. Testing group is now created. Okay, now what we did, we created a group, we have verified the group is created. Now we'll create a user and we'll add that user to the group. What we need to do to create a user? user add and test testing user tool. I have created a testing user. Now what I'll do, I'll add this testing user to a group. To do that, we need to use user mod -a and g add group. And what our group name? Testing group is our group name space. What is our username? Testing user, and click enter. Now the user has been added to that group. How can you verify that? Groups and the username. What is our username? Testing group. If I click enter, sorry, testing user. If you see here, our user is testing user and the testing user group is testing group. We have verified how to create. Now what we have done, we have come to know how to create a group. We have come to know how to add the user to that particular group, and we have seen how to verify the group is created or not. Okay, now we will see how to remove the person from the group. From that, what we need to do, g password sswd and then hyphen delete, which deletes username. What our username? Testing user. And then what our group name? Testing group. Now if I click enter, if you can see user removing from the group. Now group testing user, it will say no group name. Earlier we have seen testing group because it is added to testing group. Now we can't see any group name. Why? The user is removed from the testing. This is how we can do. Now I'll show you one more thing. I will create a user. We already have a user cut. Yeah, we have testing user. Now if in case if we want to change the username, then you can change the username by using the below command. That you have to do user mod -l and the new username. What new username I'll do? Test2 and old username testing user. If you see, the username is changed, but if you see, it will show still it will show testing user only. Why? Because we have deleted a user, but it is still shows the old username. Why? Because we have changed the name, but we haven't changed the home directory of that name. To do that, we can change this directory. I mean the home directory name, which is like as we deleted testing group user. Similarly, we can change this testing user name as well. For that, the command we need to use we can use this command get and passwd, and the if you write testing user, it will say no user found. Now we have changed the testing username to testing. What we have changed? Testing user to test2. Now to verify if the changes are made or not, we can see all the existing username details under etc wd. You see here, we can see testing user, but the username is test2, home directory is testing user. So what I'll do, I will change this testing user to test. To do that, we have to click mv and then the directory names, like the one which we are having now and the one which we want to change. Hope you are getting my point. What we have done is we have changed the login name of the user. Okay, later what we have done, we have verified if the user existing or not. Okay, now what we want to do, we want to change the directory name. We have deleted, we have changed our previous name. Now user login name, previously user login name has been changed, but now it is still showing the old username for the directory, and we want to change it to new directory. Okay, to do that we have to use command mv and the name of the, then to which name you want to test2. Now if we do ls, it will change it to test2, and if you do user details, I hope it is also get changed. Okay, it is not reflected, but the directory name has been changed. Okay, this is how we will test2. Cool. Now I will, now what we will do, we haven't created a password for this user. We will create a password for this user, and then we will try to log in. Password test2. It will ask for new password. I have created a new password. Now if I search who am I, it will show me root. Now what I'll do, su-test2. This will let you log into the test user. Okay, see what it is showing. Warning, cannot change directory to no such file. Okay, we see I am test2. That's wonderful. Now let's go to cd home ls. See, it is showing guys, test2 is not available. That is why we are getting this error. Cannot change directory to home testing, no such file or directory. It is informing us. That's okay. Now we are in the test2. Now what I'll do, we have logged in. Now this is how we logged in. Okay, what we have done, we have changed a username. Okay, we have then verified if the username change occur or not. Correct. Then we have created a password for that user. Then we have changed the directory name. Our username has been, logon username has been changed, but the directory name was same, so we have changed the directory name. Later what we did, we tried to log into the newly user, after changing the name, we tried to log in, then we have verified the directories. Okay, wonderful. Now I am exiting from that user. Cool. This is how we mostly use things in the user side, user management side. I'll let you know again. We have seen how to create a user, how to set a password for the user, how to get the existing user details by using grep, how to get all the user details by verifying cat etc users. We have seen how to delete a user with their directory. We have seen how to create a group, how to add user to the group, how to verify if the user is added to the group or not. We have seen how to delete a group, how to remove a group from the, how to delete a user from the group, and later we have seen how to remove a group as well. This is what we mostly do in our day-to-day life when it comes to user management. This is okay for now. We are good if we are aware of these things. Later we'll come to know permission set. Now we'll look into permission set. Okay, mostly if I do ls, if you see here, we have drwx hyphen and hyphens goes on. These are the permissions level. If a file start with d name, it is directory. If a file start with hyphen, which means it is a file. If you see, sample.txt is a file and rocky is a directory, test2 is a directory. That is why we are saying it as a d. Okay, now the first letters is of RWX, which is read write executive for directory. Okay, for any file we have read write executive actions, and these will be for owner, group, and others. The we just take sample as reference. These having only read write permissions for the owner. Whoever created it, he is having only read write access. Root is created, only he has read write access. Later, after we have R, which means group users can only have read. Later, others can only have access to read. That's how it is. Now what I will do, I will change it to everything. To do that, just let me change. Later I will explain you this. ls-l, if I do, see, it is a file, hyphen in the sense file, rwx, which means the owner has read write executable access. Then groups, if the user is added to any group or something like that, group members can also have read write executable access. And other people or other user can also read write executable into this file. That is how it is. Now what I'll show you, the things which we can, how we can change these details. We can change it using alphabets and numbers. You can go with any. First we will see how to do it with numbers. Read, 4 is for read, 2 is for write, 1 is for executable. If you see here, we have given 7, which means read write executable. This first 7 is for owner, second 7 is for groups, third 7 is for other users or other people. So 7, which means what happens, what I said, 4 will give you read access, then 2 will give you write access, 1 will give you executable access. Now 4 plus 2 plus 1, how much? 4 plus 2 is 6, 6 plus 1 is 7. So 7 7 7, which means owner, group, other users will have the read write executable user policies. Now what I'll do, I will change 700, which means only owner has read write and the rest all other has zero, no permissions. See, no other user has permissions. Okay, now what I'll do, I will change the permission to read. Now I'll change to only others can read. If I do ls-l, only other people can read. Now what I'll do, I will make this executable, only other people can execute. See, X. Now what I'll do, I will change the same file users to write, and you cannot leave this as blank. Okay, it is recommended. See, everything is as changed. Now I provide 74. So it is not supposed to do in that way. We have to provide 0. If no value is mentioned, it will go wrong. Okay, now what I'll do, user has read, here also user has read. Okay, there it is. Here owner has read write and group has read. Now what I'll do, I will change the group to executable. Now if I do ls-l, it will show only X, which means owner has read write executable, group has only executable, others have nothing. This is how we'll go with numbering. When it comes to alphabets, it's simple. I'll remove numbers. If you want to go with users, and if you want I mean, sorry, owner, if you want to change the permissions of the owner, and the owner, you want owner can only executable, then user plus X and the file name, it will change to executable. Okay, where our file? Yeah, if you see, read write and executable. Let's see in examples. chmod user plus write. What we'll do, user plus write and then sample.txt. Let's verify how it goes. Okay, just give me a moment. We'll verify what permission. Let me clear my screen. It will be easy for you. ls-l if I do, the sample.txt has owner has read write executable, group has only executable, others has nothing. So now what I'll do, chmod root only created, yeah, root only user plus executable and our file name sample.txt. Now if I do ls-l, yeah, it is in executable format. Now what I'll do, I will change the permission for group. Let's see for permissions for group, G for group, and if I do ls-l, it should change. For some reason it is not changing, I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes for others. chmod others plus read and sample.txt ls-ltr. Yeah, now it's reflecting. Others have only read. Okay, now if you see group, let's change group also to read only and we'll verify sample.txt. chmod group plus read and sample.txt ls-ltr. Let's create a new file and see. Not required. And if you want to give read write executable for each file, then you can say, you can change it to again, it will come as user groups and others. And we can say chmod user. What we need for user, read write executable for sample.txt ls-ltr. Owner is having same. Now what I want to change, others. I want to make it change for others ls-ltr. See, others is also changed. Now if I want to make it for group, I'll just say group and same command, it will change. This is how it happens. And this is one thing which we can see. Simple. When it comes to a number, if you want to give read write executable, we need to add 4 plus 2 plus 1, which is for owner, group and the others. And this is not for one, I mean only owner. The first 3 are for owner, second 3 are for group, third 3 are for others. That's how it is. Now I want to show you one scenario regarding these permissions. Let me clear my screen first. Hope you understood how permissions work. What I'll do, we have test2 user. Now I'll go with creating a test2 Now if I do ls, I have test1 user. Okay, cool, great. ls-ltr verify. Let me delete this sample.txt. We have only 3 things, 3 users now. All has read write executable for owner, nothing for other users. I will switch to test 1. Who am I? Test 1. I will create a file here, touch use.txt. Okay, if I do ls, I can see use.txt. Now I'll go to file nano use.txt. I'll add some content, editing by test 1, control O, enter, control X. If I do cat and use.txt, you can see editing by test 1. Okay, if I check permissions of this file, owner has read write, group has read write, others has only read. Okay, now I'll exit from this user. I will log in as test2. The same before error we are getting. That's okay. And if I do ls-l, I can see the files. I'm in users. Now if I want to go test the user test1 details, I'll get permissions errors. And if I want to see what file it has created, what our file name, use.txt, use.txt, I will get permissions errors. Okay, which means a file which is created by user 1 cannot be accessed by other users, because test 1 has only read write, only owner has access, and one dot use dot txt is all have owner has read write, group has read write, others has only read. Okay, you can ask me, others has only read option, but why I can't read? Now if you see here, the test1 user directory has, for others it doesn't have any, it is having for owners, so it will consider only that. Now what I'll do, I'll go back, I'll change the test1 permissions for others and will come back again. I'm exiting test2. I'll go to let me do it from here. I can't do from there. ls-l, test1 is here, chmod others plus what we need, read we need and write we need, and what it is, test. I entered over ls-l. If you see, others have read write. Let me go to the now ch home test1. Why I am using ch ls-l home test1. If you see, the user, we have changed user permission to, here it is, for others read write, and file permission we have read, which means any user can read use.txt. Since I'm in root, I obviously have access. Just showing you, I can see tool. Now I will go with the test2. I'm in test2. Now I'll show you if I can access the directory or not. It says permission denied, correct, home test1, and whatever file name use.txt, still it says permission in. Why? Because if you want to go into use.txt, the test1 file needs to be executable, which means the file should the test1 user for other should have the file open options. Now I'll exit this test2 and I'll do ls-l. Now if you see, test2 has only read write, but it also need executable for others, so that the other user can executable into test.1, then he can verify. Let's change the permission, chmod others plus read write executable for test1 ls-l tool. I'll switch to su-i test2. Now I'm in directory. See if I can go to that or not. Test1 present working directory test1. Who am I? Test2. If you see, test2 is the user and he is can go to test1. Now if you see cat used home test2 test1 use.txt. I can see the file as well. Let me get into that file now. Okay, now if you use root obviously have access, so you may go to root user. That is why I'm not using root use.txt. See what I'm having, user is unwritable. I do not have access to write into this file. It shows me I added some content correct. You see, it is not added because I do not have permission to write into it. If I do ls-l, we have use.txt correct, but what permission others have only read. They can only read. They cannot write into that file. Now I'll do one more thing. I will exit my user2. I will ls-l. If you see, it has complete read write executable. Now I will log into test1. Now I'm in test1. If I do ls-l for test1, we have read. For others we have only read. Now what I'll do, chmod others plus read write executable for file use.txt. Wonderful. Now you can see others have read write executable. Now if I go back, I'll exit the file and ls-l read write x. Now I'll switch to user test2 user. Now if you see, I have read write access for test1. I'll go to test1. I'll verify the permissions. The file2 has read write. Now I'll do nano use.txt. Now I can add editing by test2 user after changing the permissions. Now I'll show you who am I. I'm user test2. Now I'll cat the use.txt. See, the third line has been added. Okay, cool. Now what I will do, I'll exit my user and I'll explain you in short. First, we have given read access for file, but we haven't provided executable access for the test1 directory, so we were unable to get into it. Later what we did complete access for test1 user and file. Now we are able to write into the file. Now what I'll do, I will change the permissions for others to read write test1 ls-l. Why it is not taking for sometimes. Chmod others plus read write test1 ls-l. Let me go with this way. Chmod 7 0 read write ls-l. Yeah, it is changed. Read write. Now what I'll do, I will switch back to my test2 user. See, now I won't be able to get into the directory. What it is? Test permission denied, because I have removed executive policies. But if you see here, I will be still able to edit test one use.txt. See, insufficient is not accessible. Why it is not accessible? Because though it has read write, it needs to go to test1 folder first, then only it can write. Hope you understood. I'll show you again. Nano test1 use.txt path home.tst1 is not accessible. It is showing clearly home.tst1 is not accessible. Now what I'll do, I'll exit my user. I'll show you the permissions. chmod others plus read write executable and test1 plus -l. Now it is changed. Now I'll switch back to my user test user 2. You can see who am I? Test 2. Now I'll try to go to test 1. Yes, I'm able to. I can see the file as well. Though file has read write executable policies permissions earlier, since the test 1 is not having the executable permissions, it was showing test 1 is not accessible. Now we have provided access to test 1, so I should be able to make changes on this test 1. If you see editing the file after providing the test1 directory permissions for other user as executable cat use.txt. See, it showed. Now I'll exit my user. I'll do same thing here. Cat home test1 then use.txt. See, we have. That's how it is. And now I will do one more thing. I'll make changes to test2 and we'll see if test1 can access or not. Now I log in as test1. Okay. For ls-l, we have only one file. Now if I do cd home test2, it says permission denied because I do not have permissions for that. Now I will exit the ls-l. Test2 only owner has permissions, other does not have. So I will log into test2 once. I will create some files, touch thor.txt. So touch thor.txt. 1, 2, 3. I'm not going with sudo. Yeah, it is showing the instance will be reported because the test2 user do not have access for running the root commands. For that, we need to add him into the root wheel permissions. I'll just add him to the root group. For that, user mod. Let me see if I can do from here. I don't think so. User mod -add group. Then my group will be wheel, I believe. Wheel. And then username is test2. Okay, let's exit. I can also show you what content it has. etc. rs. This is the file here. In this group, we are adding it. Allow people in this group wheel to run all commands. If this wheel has root or sudo something like, then you have to change the let me add, it will be user mod -add group, then Group name, my group name is wheel and my username is test2. If your group name is root or sudo, then you have to provide in place of wheel root or sudo. Cool. Now I will be sudo hyphen test2 touch thaw.txt sudo touch thaw.txt 1 2. Yeah, let's now thaw.txt has been created, but it is created outside. Let me go to cd home test2. If I do ls, nothing is there. Now touch lion.txt. If I do ls, lion might has created. Now nano lion.txt, I'll adding lines from user to login. If you're not aware of using nano or something, like we explained it in our previous sessions, how to use nano and how to use vim and what the commands we can run, all those things you can refer to our previous video in our session 2 or 3, I believe. Now we have nano. Yeah, if you see, others have only read permissions. Now what I'll do, I'll exit test2. I'll go back to test1. I'll see if I can access this or not. Test2, if I access, permission denied. And if I try to access login.txt, it says permission denied. This is expected because the file has only read permission, not executable. Now I'll exit this test2. I'll log into test2. I'll do ls. I'll go to our path where the file is located. Home test2 ls-l ls-l test2 we have. Now for test2, I will change it to chmod. Yeah, completely I want to give executable access 777 login.txt ls-l. It has everything, others, group, and everyone can read, write, execute. I'll exit my file. I log in back with the test1. If I try to go to this test2 and login.txt, can you guess if I accessible it is accessible or not? No, it is not, because we provided permissions for only file, not to the test2 user. Everyone can get into it, correct? Let me try to add content. Home test2, then what php. See, path home test2 is not accessible, which means it is trying to go to test2 first before going to login.txt, because login.txt is in test2 file. If I cannot access test2 file, then I won't be able to reach login.txt. Now what I'll do, I will exit this user. I'll log in back with my test2 user. Now I'll use let me show you the permissions. Yeah, it's correct. Test1. I'll go to my home test2 and login.cd. I can just ls-l login.txt. Okay, you can see, correct, everything has. Now I exit this ls-l. If you see, the test2 does not have any for others. I'll change chmod others place read write executable test2 ls-l. Now others can read write executable into the file. Now I'll switch to test1. Now I'll show you test2. See, I'm able to get into test2. I can see the file as well. Now I'll try to file. adding the lines after giving the permissions and changing the permission for test to read executable, then we are able to write into this loyal.txt file control. If I verify cat loyal.txt, yeah, the line is added. And who am I? WHO. I am test1. Okay. Okay, let me go to test2 and show you test2. Don't mind, I have some cough. CD1 test2 ls. We have loyal cat C. The third line is added. This is how we use permissions in Linux for folders and for users. And I have provided all the information repo in the repo hub in our GitHub repo. You can give a try, and I the best practice is try in multiple ways. Try in multiple ways for changing the permissions and play with those things, and with the user as well. So in our class, we have learned how to create a user, how to change a password for the user, how to delete a user, how to delete a user with the directory, how to add a group, how to add user into that group, how to remove a user from the group, how to remove a group, how to verify if the user is added to that group or not. And we have seen how to, we have seen whether is the user is added or not. We have seen how to change the password for user management. And when it comes to permission management, we have seen uh, how to create a users, how to change the permission for user one and try to access it from user two, and we the permissions which changed is for other users. And when we are unable to log into the file and getting errors with the sudo, we have added the user to the wheel, I mean sudo ers folder. We have come to know how to give user the root permissions. Whenever it is needed, he can execute the commands with root permissions. And then we have seen uh, permissions for folder and permission for files. Group as well. I didn't play with group because I didn't create any users group or something like. But in your case, you can give a try. You can give a try for the group as well. Simple. Just create a group, add multiple users into that group, change the permission to the group, and try to access files. Change, create a group, add uh, users into that group, change permission to the group, try to add the files which are created from user 1 by user you logging into user 2, and see what you get and how you can execute those commands, all those things. This is the thing, and hope you enjoyed the video. And these are the things which are most used in Linux environment. And apart from this, you do have some commands, but this is fine. You can play with these things, and this is more than basic knowledge.
Hi, hello everyone. I am Prashant Nandam. Welcome back to our channel. As a series of Linux most used commands, today we are going to learn process and package management. Same again, I have prepared a notes for the session 5, which is process and package management in our Linux repo. And today we will be covering process and package management. In this session, we will learn monitor and control processes and RPM, DNF, all those things, service management, and all those things we'll be covering today. And I have prepared the notes for the same in our Git repo. Let's begin. I'm logged into my mission. First, we will see what is process management. Basically, process management involves monitoring and controlling and automating the applications that are running on this system. So to view what all the processes which are running in this mission, we can use PS aux. PS aux will show you all the uh, running process, which means it displays information about running process in your OS. And if you see here, yeah, it will show us the PID, PID values and user details and CPU, memory, time, and all those information can be seen here. And user is who wants the process here, and the PID is the process ID, and command is command that launched the process. Okay, and most of the cases we will be use this ps aux command to check what processes are running on the system, and most especially this will help us to monitor and monitor and in debugging process. We can see which process is running and all those things. So this is about ps aux. ps aux. If you run, it will show you the running process. This is ps aux. Let me clear the screen. That is ps aux, and we have command to see real-time process monitoring. PS aux will list all the processes, whereas top it will show you real-time process. It will display all the real-time updating, and it will update the list as per the running processes, and it will also update the CPU, memory, and the uptime, all those things. If you just run top, see, we run top command here, see everything changes. Yeah, this is the starting top, and you can see how many users are there and what are the total task, and the running task will be showing in real time, and how many processors in sleep state, how many are stopped, and how much memory is available, how much is used, everything can be seen here. And here, if you want to sort the processes which are running by CPU, you just needs to press caps P, capital letter P. If you see here, it will sort as per the CPU usage. Everything changes here. This value and also here, the CPU percentage utilization will change. See, it will showing you 8.3, 4.1.8, 8.6, 5.9, all those things. And this is how we sort with memory and how we sort with CPU. And to sort the running process based on the memory usage, you just need to press capital M. See, 23.1 is the percentage of the memory, and also you can see here it will changes. This is how we'll see top command. And top, as discussed, top is used to monitor system performance in live. Okay, and the next thing, yeah, and if you want to quit, you can use just Q. It will uh, cancel the running command, which is top, and give you the terminal again. And next we have htop. Okay, let me explain first. what htop is. Htop is more user friendly. It will show you in colorful way and interactive interface. It is advanced of top. It is similar to top, but it will give you more information which is human friendly. If you see here, I ran htop. It is showing command not found and similar command htop, which means htop is not installed in my mission. So I'll go and install that now. Further sudo dnf, and what we have to install, and the command is htop -y. It will directly install. I am providing my password. See, after providing the password, the htop will be installed. It is taking some time. Bear with me. Installing. Okay, good. It's done. Now, if I run same command htop, see, this is advanced of top. It will show you more human friendly and more interactive way and in colorful as well. Same things, live data it will show. See, if you see, same, you can sort by memory usage and CPU usage by running PM. And if you see, it will give you more detailed information here, how many tasks are running, how many hours it's been, and again, what is the uptime of this mission. Same again, PID values, users, and CPU, memory, time, all those things can be seen here. And same again, you can use Q to quit. Okay, just to recap, what all we have run, we have seen PSOX. What PSOX will do, it will give you all the running process information. And then we have seen top. Top will give you the live running processes, information of the live running process. And then we have seen htop. Htop is what, it is advanced level of top, and it will give you interactive terminal, I mean interactive way. It will be human friendly, and it will be colorful, and detailed information can be seen in htop. Okay, now we'll see how to get the running process by name. Now if I run here psaux, see, we will be having, just to explain you in detail, I have installed nginx on this mission. We'll be doing everything with nginx because we need some application or something to work on it, correct? So I have installed nginx here. Now you see here nginx and PID values, all those things. Now what we have done, psaux. What it is giving, it is giving all the running process list. Now what we want to see only the processes which are running on nginx. To see that, we have to do PID of nginx. See, these are the three PIDs of nginx. This is how it is. And same way, if you want to see with user, let's see, I believe nginx will be our user. Yeah, F1 PSO, it's not PID of, it will be PS username. See, if you see here, what we have received, 11040, which is nginx, and then 11039 nginx. Yeah, 38. Okay, we are not getting 38. That's okay. And this is how we'll get details. If you want to search by name, you can just use PID of nginx. It will give the PID values. And if you want to search with an username and see what all the running services, we have to use ps-u and the username. In our case, Nginx is I'm taking, so it will give you Nginx. And we do have another user which is ROCK by Rocky. See, this all are the process running by Rocky. You can verify that. What we have 2246. Let's see. Anything you can take. We'll take first one 2246. See, 2246 running by Rocky. 2250 running by Rocky. This is how it is. Now we can also get the information by using grep. I believe you have remembered the grep command. Earlier we have used to get the information from one file. Now pgrep nginx I'm using. See, same way. It will list you the PIDs. It's instead of you can use both the commands, PID of nginx and pgrep nginx. It will list you the uh, running process PID values. PID of nginx. You will get both same values 11040 and 3839, and this is how it is. And these are the used for monitoring purposes. Let's recap again what all we have done. We have verified running process by running psocks. It will list you all the running services. Later what we have done, we use top command. It will give you the live status of the running process, and you can sort them by using PM for CPU and memory, and you can use Q to quit the command. And we have seen what is htop. Cool. It is advanced level of top, more user friendly. And then what we have done, we have verified how to get the particular value of any service nginx, and you can use any. If I use root, I'll get okay. I Then what we can do, pgrep we have verified for the same. We have student also, correct? User, let's see which user it is. Pgrep, where they are. Let's go to cd home and see. I have only user. This file or what test one? I didn't remember actually. ls -1. Okay, we can verify the same for the user too. PID of test one. Okay, for some reason it is not showing. Maybe okay, we'll look into later. But you can see running values, and we can get the PID values, and you can use PID off and grep off, and you can also verify how to get details per running username. We'll try with any other user. We will use this user for now. ps-u and then the user. See, did we copy it? Don't think so. Let's copy again. ps-new space. See, this is how it is. User chrony is having PID and those things. Cool. I believe now we have understood what is PA socks, what is top, and what is the difference between top and htop, and how to install htop, and how to get the PID values of any process running process, and how to get the running process details of specific user. Hope you're clear, and if you have any doubts, please feel free to comment. I mean, after uploading this video in the channel, you can comment on there. I will try to explain you one more time. Now we will see how to kill or control the process. Now we have seen running process details. In some scenarios, you may need to stop a service, or you may need to kill a service, and you need to run with the priority values, all those things. So we will first see how to kill a service, and to do that, first let's see pipe grip nginx. These are our running services for nginx. Okay, now what I'm going to do, before stopping the service, I will show you running status of nginx. Status nginx. It's in running state. Now to stop that, we have to use kill and PID. I mean, I just showed you this running status just to see whether it is running or not. Now we'll be stopping this nginx 11039. Cool. Now it's stopped. If you want to verify that, you can see which one we stopped. 11039. It should not show here. See, it will not show. Now which one will stop? Will stop 11040. Again, if you do grep socks, it will not show you. This is how we stop the services, and hope you understood this. Now what we'll do, we learned stopping and service. Later we'll see restarting of services. Let's verify if it is still running or not. Yeah, it's running. That's cool. Now if I restart the service, all the things will be running again. To see that, I need to do systemctl sudo. I have to use sudo systemctl, and then it will be restart nginx. Cool. Now if you grep, it will show you details. It has to. It may still restarting in background. Okay, that's okay. This is how we'll stop the services. Any services you can just stop them by running kill and the PID value. It will stop the services. Then what we have, we see in PSOX, PSON, then we'll see service management. We'll have a look into service management. Well, now what we'll see, we will see service management, like how to stop a service, how to view the service is started or not, all those things. To do that, I'll go to root instead of giving commands again and again. Yeah, cool, I'm in root. Now, if you want to see a service which is in running state or stopped state, if you want to check any service state, you have to use systemctl status and the name of the service. In our case, we have nginx dot service. See, it's in running state. Okay, this is how we can verify any running state. Systemctl status and then the service name. And if you are not in the root user, you have to use sudo. And to stop the service, you just need to do again systemctl stop nginx dot service. It will stop. Now if you verify status, it will be in inactive or dead state. Yeah, inactive and dead state. Now if you want to start the service again, then you have to use systemctl start and nginx service. It will start. Now if you verify the status, it will be active and running. Then again, if you want to disable the services, then simple. In place of status, we have to mention disable. Disable nginx. It will disabled. You see, it's in disabled state. Now if, it will be disabled state on boot. Okay. Now if you want to enable that, you have to use again enable systemctl enable nginx service created. It will, yeah, it is enabled now. Now to disable any services on boot, you have to use systemctl disable and the service name, and to enable on boot, you have to use enable systemctl and the service name. And if you want to restart the service, now what I'll do, I'll stop the service systemctl stop nginx service. I'll show you its state. It's in dead state. Now if you want to restart any service, then we have to use systemctl restart and the service name. It will restart back. See, it's restarted. This is how it will. And if you want to see logs of any uh, service, for that we have to journal ctl and -u, then our service name. I'm entering wrong. ng -n, then nginx dot jo its journal ctl hyphen u nginx service. See, these are the logs of that service. From here it will show you what all the logs, what have we done, what these things. See, started nginx, started http, stop http, succeeded, and is okay. Then the things which we just performed will also show here. This one, all the things can be seen here, starting, stopping, and everything. And if you want to see, if in case if we had any error, and if we want to see last errors, we then use to journal city exe. It will give errors, last errors, defined by system id. Some errors I have, that's okay. So now what all we have learned? We have learned how to check status of any services, how to start a service, how to stop a service, how to enable service on boot, how to disable services on boot, how to restart any service, how to get logs, I mean how to view logs of any service, and we have verified how to see the uh, what we call last errors. This is how it is. Hope you understood. Now we will see package management. Basically, if you see here, we have package management, and it will be DNF and RPM for Rocky Linux. And a package is like it is compressed archiver of any software binaries or configuration files and any dependencies or version and metadata information, etc. That is package. And if you see RPM is like a Red Hat package manager it is. It will works with RPM files, and if you want to see uh, installed RPM files, if you want to see what are all the installed RPM files, for that you have to use command which is rpm hyphen q and a. It will list all the installed RPM files. See, we have these many RPM files. It's still going. These are all the RPM files. This is how we can see installed RPM files. And if you want to get any package info, I mean any RPM package info, you just need to use RPM hyphen QI and the service name. For suppose I'll take this Python 3 and sample line. Python 3, then what we have hyphen. We have so many starting with simple. Yeah, simple line. Python 3 simple line. This is the version 1.1.3 and EL8. All the information can be seen here related to that, along with the description. Is a Python library for creating text UI. It is designed to be used with line-based missions and tools. This is how we can see in information. And let's see if we have any with uh, any package with Nginx, because I just downloaded from here with internet. Will verify for Nginx. Yeah, we do have. Cool. We have package which contains Nginx. See, this is the RPM information for the Nginx. If you do rpm-qa, it will give you all the installed rpm details. And if you want to see any particular package info, we need to use rpm-qi and the package name. And if you want to see list of files from the package, then you have to use rpm-ql and then the package name. It will show you files uh, which are came from this nginx rpm. This is the path and this is the files from the nginx package. Okay, now if you want to erase or remove any package, you just simply need to use rpm and then hyphen erase and then the package name. I don't want to remove any existing packages, so that is the reason why I have installed nginx on this mission. And in future we will learn nginx as well. Now if I press enter, failed dependency, it's nginx is needed by installed rpm. Okay, it's telling it is needed by installed rpm. Okay, now what we can do, let's stop the service and then see if it works. It's a running state, no? That might be is now if you run. Okay, let's debug what it shows. rpm we are not able to release, correct? rpm-e nginx, it is failing to delete and it is showing some package. Okay, I understood now. Basically what happened, we have uh, while installing nginx, we do not have dependencies, correct? So we have installed the different dependencies by using dnf. So if we want to remove them, we have to remove the dnf files. You can just if we want, we can do sudo dnf remove and then the nginx. See, if I press enter, all the dependencies will be removed. Let's keep it for a while. So this is how it is. Now what we have learned, we have seen all the installed packages. I mean, we have seen how to verify the installed packages, uh, installed rpm packages. For that we have to use rpm-qa, and we also seen how to list package info. For suppose if you want uh, if you want the any installed rpm package info, you just need to use rpm-qi and then the package name. It will show you complete information along with name, versions, release, and it will also show you the path. All those things it will give you. And then what we have verified, we if we want to see the list of files which contains, I mean, list of files and this nginx, for that what we have to use rpm-ql and then the service package name. These are the list of files from the Nginx package, and we have seen how to remove a file package. For that, RPM -e and then the package name. In our case, we have some dependencies issue. Why? Because while installation I have used DNF, and those dependencies can be removed by using DNF remove. For time being, I'm keeping the Nginx in my mission, so I'm not going to delete any. I don't want to reinstall again. And then this is about the RPM things. And one thing I want to show you related to this RPM, that is what we'll see. We'll see how to install a RPM from internet. Okay, to do that, we need a repo from the internet. What I'll do, I'll install Chrome because I want to show you how to install a RPM package which is in your mission. So let's go here. uh, RPM package for Google Chrome. Okay, I don't want to waste time. Let's use ChatGPT. Give me the RPM package for Google Chrome to install in Rocky Linux. It will give us the direct package details. Yeah, see, that's simple. Download RPM package. We now we are getting the RPM package into our mission. Wget is used to get the package to your mission. It's taking time. Just wait. 2 minutes left. Okay. So now I believe you understood how to list RPMs, and then service management, how to start, stop, and how to verify the running process, how to stop a running process, how to force stop a process, all those things. And now once this RPM, I mean Google Chrome RPM is installed, we'll also see how to install a local RPM, I mean, which is present in our mission. Just we'll wait for minutes. I don't take much time, so I don't want to pause. Please share our channel information to your friends or colleagues or someone who is looking into learn DevOps, so that it will be helpful for them. And 7 seconds left. Okay, cool. Now we have our package installed. Let's verify ls. Yeah, Google Chrome is installed. Now we have an RPM file in our local. Now if we want to install that RPM, we have to use RPM hyphen IVH and the RPM file name. Yeah, see, we have RPM file, but we are getting error due to dependency. These two dependencies are missing. Okay, for that I believe this already given. See, use DNF, the default package manager. This will install Chrome along with any required dependencies. Okay. Now what happened when we use RPM? Two depends are missing in this RPM. So it is telling us to use DNF, and then what it's telling, file name. So we are already in root, so we are not using sudo in front. Install and then the file name. Taking time, huh? Google, why it is taking time? Just bear with me. It's stuck. See, this means in the same directory, same path. Now, if I press enter, it will install along with the Google dependencies. It will ask me, yes, it's 418 MB. Just will wait for a while. Now what we have done, we have used wget to get the RPM into our machine. We have downloaded the RPM file, and when we tried to install that locally with using rpm-ivh, we are getting some dependency error, and to resolve that we have used dnf install and the rpm file name, so that based on the packages uh, which you already has which you already have in your local machine, it will search for the any missing dependency and it will download from there to your machine. That's how it is. Let's wait till it finish. Okay, it's getting downloaded. Installed. Now we have learned earlier, we can verify the uh, any RPM package info, correct? For that, what we have to do, RPM-QI and then the package name. This, let's see, QA, is it installed or not? RPM-QI and GOOGLG Google. It's asking us something. I didn't remember full name. Let's see what it is. What it is. Chrome might Google Chrome, correct? Google iPhone Chrome. Yeah. See, Google Chrome, and this is the version and application details. Everything can be seen. URL, it is from google.com. This is how we can install, and what we have left. Any package info, if you want to see, you can see the package info as well by running same command which we discussed earlier, which is rpm hyphen uh, list of containing package info, which is rpm hyphen q list and then the go Google iPhone Chrome. It will show you these are all installed files on that package. This is how we can see. And apart from this, you can also verify if it is running or not just by using pgrip. Let me show you pgrip and it's Google correct. Why I'm not getting PSOX? Do we have any other name or what? PSOX pipe grep. See, this is how it is. We can see PID values and all those things. And if you want to verify version of any install thing, you can just use nginx-v and nginx-version -, it might be okay. Nginx for some things it will show we need to use nginx-version, yeah, nginx-v it will give you. And if you want to verify for Google Chrome, if you want to verify from for Google Chrome, same you can use what it is, Google Chrome -v, it will give you the Google Chrome version as well. Error browser running as root without mouse and is not supported. We are getting some error. Okay, that's okay. Can get this by running this -, brs yeah, this is what I was speaking earlier. Google Chrome -version, it will show you version Google Chrome 139. And if you want to verify what it is, we can get the repo details. I mean RPM-QI, that one, it will show you same 139.07, it where it is 139.07 728.66. This is how we can verify the version details. So now we have learned how to install an RPM which is in our local machine. And if we miss any dependencies, we have learned how to install it along with dependencies by using DNF install. Later we have verified how to see installed RPMs, and then package information, and then list of files which contains which are in that package. We have verified that as well. And then we have seen how to erase an RPM file as well. Now I will show you how to see the available repositories. For that, DNF repo list we have to use. Let's clear this screen, it will be easy for you. DNF repo list. See, these are the repos we have. Google Chrome. If you see, this is the repo which we installed. And now you may ask me what is DNF and all those things. What is DNF in general? DNF is like it is dandified, means it is default on the Rocky Linux machine, and it is used for high level package manager and uses RPM in the background and automatically resolves the dependencies with the use of DNF. And now we'll see most used commands with the DNF. First, I will show you how to we have seen how to install engineering. Let's see again if I get install or not. I deleted or Nginx. Did I delete? Let's see. It's fetching. I use tab. Last meta expression check. Okay, we already have it, so it is showing. If you want to install any package, you can just use DNF install, and if you want to remove any package, you can just use DNF remove and then the nginx. It will directly remove. See, these are the files. If I free up space to MB, is this okay? If I press enter, all the DNF repos will be deleted. And then to get any info of the info, can use DNF info nginx. It will give us the information. Same, see, version details, all those things. You can also use Google Chrome as well, since we have installed in our machine. Google iPhone Chrome. It's taking long to get. It might be stable after that. Now we will get. See, version details, all those things we will be getting info, and we can see list of installed as well. We have verified it earlier, I believe. Did we? DNF list, did we verified? Okay, let's run again. DNF list installed. DNF list installed will list us the all the installed packages. These are all the installed packages. Okay. Now, and this shows where it is and where it is installed. I'll take you to the beginning. DNF installed, and it will show you installed packages. And this is how we can see installed packages. And then what left? We can see history as well, DNF history. It will show us the history of the see, we installed Google Chrome, then Htop, then Nginx, then APL. Okay, this while installing Nginx, I have performed this APL, then Nginx, then Htop, then Google Chrome. See, it shows history as well. Now, if you want to clear cache, you can use DNF clean all. DNF clean all. It will clear the cache as well. Now, if you want to reinstall any package or something, like, you can use DNF reinstall Nginx. If I click, it will reinstall Nginx. So what all we have learned today? We have seen how to install a package, how to remove a package, how to get information of a package by using DNF, and how to get installed list by using DNF, and then history of the DNF, and then cleaning the cache, then reinstalling the application. We have seen these things, and we left with two things. One is DNF update and then is DNF upgrade. So let me cancel this. Yeah, it's got terminated. Now I want to show you what is DNF update and what is DNF upgrade. DNF update I am doing now. If I do DNF update, what it will do, it will update the list from the repositories. Basically, it will download the latest information about the package like versions, availability, and all those things. It will download the latest information of the repositories by using DNF update. Let's wait here till it finish. Again, DNF update will only check the metadata from the repositories. I mean, it will update the package list from the repositories, and it will download the latest information about the packages, which will be such as versions, availability, and etc. It will download the latest availability of the package information. It will take some time, bear with me. It's taking some time. 1.4 GB. Okay. See, these are all the latest available. Package, these are the package information, and this is the architecture, which is 8664, all those things. And this is the version, and this is the repository where it is, and this will be the size. Now, if I give S and enter, it will start updating the repository details to the latest version. What is the latest version? 2.2. Where it will show? Let's see. It will keep scrolling here. Let's wait. So this is how uh, update do. It's telling estimated time is 9 minutes. Let's see how long it was. If it is going too long, then we'll cancel and I'll explain you what upgrade do. It has total 408 to update. But still updating. Okay, it's taking time, and this is my test machine, so I can cancel and I'll update later. So it will keep on going updating, and once the packages are updated, then we have to use upgrade command. In place of update, we have to use upgrade. What upgrade will do, it will verify the installed packages list, and it will upgrade the packages to the latest available versions in the repository based on the info fetched by the update command. We ran update command correct earlier, and with that update command, what happens? The repositories will be fetched with the latest available version, and it will stop there. It will it after update after getting the metadata information like availability or available versions, all those, it will update the repo, but it will not install the packages. I mean, for suppose we have Google Chrome 10 version and latest version is Google Chrome 11, and it will it will update the package to Google Chrome 11, but it will not install that package. So to install that package, what we have to do? We have to do DNF upgrade. What DNF upgrade will do? It will upgrade the installed packages to the latest available versions in the repository. And how it goes? Based on the info which is fetched by the update command. Now I'll click DNF upgrade. See what happens. It will change the version details and everything. See, these all are updated, and if I press yes, it will start updating. See, all those are skipped. Why we haven't performed completely correct? That is why. This is how it will. I'm okay. This is my test machine. I can cancel. But in your case, we have to wait. So this is how it is, and upgrade command, and what all we have done today. Just to recap, uh, we have we have verified process management, like how can we verify process management, what are the monitoring, how to monitor, how to control, and how to kill a process, how to get a process details and the package which are installed on the process, and later we have verified how to kill or control process. Then what we have seen, service management, which is system MD. With this, what we have learned, how to check a status of any service, and how to stop a service, how to start a service, how to restart a service, and how to disable a service on boot, how to enable a service on boot. And we also seen how to view logs of that particular server, and later we have seen uh, how to verify the last errors. Then we came to package management. Then we have seen what are the commands which we use for RPM. In RPM, what we verified, how to install a local available RPM into your machine. Then how to view all the available installed RPMs. Then how to get a RPM package info. Then what we have verified, files from the package, how to verify files which are in that package. Then we have seen how to erase a package as well, and later we have seen a list of repositories by using DNF command. Then we have seen DNF commands, I mean where we will be using DNF, like while installing any package. And then we have seen how to install a package by using DNF, how to remove a package by using DNF, how to list the installed packages, and how to see DNF history, and how to clear a cache, and how to reinstall a service or package. And later we have seen what is DNF update and what is DNF upgrade. And DNF difference between DNF update and DNF upgrade is most important thing. Many interviews, the recruiter will ask you what is the difference between DNF update and DNF upgrade. In that scenario, you have to mention like DNF update, it updates the package list. I mean, it updates the metadata from the repository, and it will download the latest information which is available for that package, and it will and you can also mention like it will download the latest information of the package, but it does not install or upgrade any software. It just fetches the latest info. And after that, what you can say is then DNF upgrade will verify the metadata information, and it will check the availability versions, and it will install the package based on the versions available in this repository. That's how we can say. Cool, that's what I have for today. Hope you like the session, and uh, it provides you some information on the DNF, all those things. Uh, Tomorrow we'll be going through our last thing. By tomorrow we'll be finishing off our Linux most used commands. We covered introduction to Linux and history, Linux file system, files and directory, user permissions, and today we're done with the process and package management. Tomorrow we'll see what is networking, logs and system info. By that we'll be concluding this Linux most used commands course. And after this course completion, we'll be starting Git. We'll be going through what is Git, what is GitHub, how can we manage repository, all those things. I'll prepare same repository GitHub repo for the same, and I'll keep you posted tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Kindly, if you feel the session is providing more informations and it is helpful to you, and it will help you to improve your knowledge on Linux and all those things, I request you to share the channel information to your friends or colleagues or someone who is looking to learn DevOps course, so that it will help me. I mean, it will give me more, so that it will give me more concentration, and it will boost me. I to do more things, to cover more topics and all those things. And coming week we'll be starting Git. Don't miss that. We'll be covering most of the topics which we use in day-to-day life. And by the end of tomorrow, we'll be finishing Linux most used commands. Please do let me know if you have any questions or queries, something related to our topics in comments or comment section. I'll be happy to respond you back. Cool. Hi, hello everyone. I am Prashant Nandam. Welcome back to our channel. And as a series of Linux most used commands, today we'll be going through the final session, which is session 6, where we'll be discussing about networking, logs and system info. And in this series we have covered introduction to Linux history, and we have seen Linux file system navigation, file directory management, and users and permission management. And last session we have gone through process and package management, and today we'll be going through networking, logs and system info. As usual, I have maintained a repo for the same, and what all we are discussing today, I have prepared notes for the same. You can go through this, and let's begin our session. I logged into my mission. First, we'll see how to get an IP address of our mission. For that, we have multiple ways. We can do IPA. It will show us the IP addresses, loopback details, and then we have host name -i. It will show us the IP address. I mean, uh, IP address and IPv6, all those things. And then we have IP address show. It's caps. It is showing caps here. Let me change address show. See here, it shows us. First, it shows us loopback details, where it is here. First, it shows us loopback details, and generally loopback is like if you have installed any Nginx or Apache on your system, and if you want to access that on your local machine, you will be providing local host or some IP address, correct? And it will reach to this one, 127.0, this one, and you will be getting the service page. Local host can be used in that way. And second, if you see broadband broadcast details can be seen here. This is our IP address, and that's how it is. And then we can see, if you want to see complete information, like here it will be showing us loopback details as discussed, and then in the broadcast details it will show you your interface name, and then it will show us the same broadcast and where it is sending, and what it is MAC address, all those things. You can see MAC address in link, it will show here, link ether, this one. And then broadcast MAC address can also be seen here. It will be BRD something like, yeah, this one. This is how it is. And IPv6 details can be seen as IN6, where it is, yeah, this one, INET6. In this way we can see what our IP address and what are the devices connected, those things we can see it here. And this is of subnet, this is subnet details. And this is how IP address can be seen. Next we'll see device status, NMCLI device status, which is network device state. If you want to check network device state, you can use NMCLI device and then the status. It will show us what are the connected device and what are this type and state of the device and the connection name. It can be seen here. And this is one thing. Next, if you want to check if your machine has internet access or not, for that we can use ping command. Ping, let's ping google.com. See, it started pinging. And if you receiving something like this, it means you can connect to outside. You are able to ping google.com. And if you see any packet loss or something like, it will show here 19 packets we have received and 19 packets we transmitted, zero loss, because it is working. And if you get any issues, network issues or something like, then it will show how many packet lost and what are the packet loss count, all those things can be seen here. This is one thing. And next we'll see firewall status. This is one of the important topic, I can say. Like, I'll explain you in simple way. If you want to see if what are the ports opened on this mission and what are all firewall details, can be seen here by running firewall -cmd -list and then -all. Let's wait for a moment. Author, okay, I'm not root. See, this is our output. We can see interfaces, sources and services, ports, if any ports, what protocols, what port forwarding, all those details can be seen here. And this is how we can see uh, all the firewall status. And to check whether firewall is active or not, we can verify the status by running systemctl status firewall-d. See, it shows it's active and running. It means it's on. Now what we'll see, we will see how to add a port, I mean how to allow a port in our mission. To do that, we have a command firewall -cmd -add port. And what port we need to add, let's add 8080 TCP1. And then we are allowing it permanent. We have to mention permanent. I didn't mention sudo. Okay. Success. You are seeing here success because it's added successfully. Now, how can we verify as a shown here? You can verify that thing. Let me run this thing again. What it is? Sudo firewall cmd list. Now, if you see under ports, no port is added. Why we are saying nothing? Because we have added the port and added the port with this command where it is, yeah, sudo port add port. But we are seeing it is successfully added. And to make these changes happen, we need to reload the firewall. Then only the changes will occur. To reload the firewall, we have a command which is firewall -cmd, then reload. Once it is reloaded, we can see allowed port C. It is showing success. Reload has been completed successfully. Now, if I check the firewall ports, you can see here ports 8080 is allowed. This is how it is. Just to recap, we have seen how to verify IP addresses and what are the details shown when we enter IP address. Then what we have verified, how to verify firewall status. Then what we have verified, how to add a port. And after adding the port, what we need to do to make the changes effect. We need to reload the firewall. We have done that. Okay, cool. Now we will see how to remove a port. Now we have added port, correct? We'll see how to remove. You can add multiple ports. I just showing you one. To remove it will be same. Let me add, yeah. To remove, you just need to place remove in place of add. Add is used for adding and remove is used for removing. If I click enter, it will get succeeded. See, it is showing us success. Now again, if I verify cmd list, it will show us allowed only. See, port 8080 is allowed. Why? Because we haven't restarted the firewall services. That is the reason it is showing. Now I have restarted the firewall services. It is showing successfully restarted. Now if I verify what all the ports are allowed, I can see nothing. That's how it is. And one more thing I want to show is, now by running this command you are verifying how whether it is active or not. Now if to stop the service, you can just write stop firewall D. Okay, let's verify status now. See, I have verified status. It is showing inactive or dead, which means it is disabled. Okay, now to reactivate it, you can use start. It's done. Yeah, it is done. Now if I verify status again, it will be showing. Okay, cool. This is how we can add a port, remove a port, and stop firewall, start firewall. Now we will see how to check logs. In some scenarios you have to verify logs, system logs and general logs things. We will see those two things. And to verify general logs, you have to use journal ctl-xe. It will give you the log information. See where we run from here. If you see session open user open for user root and all those things, all the log information can be seen here. See, for some reason it is showing unregistered authentication agent using. Okay, this is how we can see general logs. And you can also use tail to see only last 5 lines of the any general log. For that we can use tail hyphen n and then 5, then the path where log, and then messages we can see. I need to use sudo. It is showing permission denied. See, this is how it is. What we done, we have stopped services. No, it has to show stopped firewall D, started firewall D, started firewall D. Allow zone drafting is enabled. Okay, this is how we can see logs. And you can also see I mean you can monitor security logs in real time. Like earlier we have used tail, correct? Same command we can be used here, tail hyphen f, to show you real time values, where and then log and then secure. uh, See, it will show you real time logs. Okay, session open for root, all those things. To see any real time logs, we will be using that commands. Now I will show you how to see system info. In some cases we need to use system info. I mean we need to see system info and what OS it is, what host name it has, all those things. To see that, we can use host name CTL. It will show you host name details. Host name CTL will show you the host name details, which are like what is the host name. All those things can be seen here. If you see our output, you can see it is showing static host name, and here you can see static host name, icon name, all those information, kernel information, all those can be seen here. The static host name is permanent host name, that is system permanent host name, and icon name is symbolic name like computer and desktop. So those are all for GUIs. Okay, and then we have mission IDs and operating system, all those things. Our operating system is Rocky Linux 8.10. That is why we are showing it is showing 8.10. Okay, and one more thing I want to show you here. If in case if you want to change the host name, we have a command. I'll show you the command, but for some reason I don't want to change the host name for this. See, enter the sudo hostname ctl set hyphen host name, and then you have to give your new host name. Once you provide new host name, the host name will be changed. You can test it on your own. That's how we can change the host name. And then we have seen the host name, and then what left? We have host name ctl. Yeah, to verify whether this OS information, if you want more on OS information, we can go to this path, cat etc-os release. What cat will do? In our previous session we have learned what cat will do. It will just show you the output. I mean it will print the path and the information which is under OS release. See, this is how it is. It will show you name, what are mission Rocky Linux, what is the version 8.10, what is ID, version, all those information, home URL, and everything can be seen here. Okay, to see local name and VM name changes information, we will be using hostname CTL, and to see OS release we will be using etc OS release. Now, if you want to see what is the usage information of CPU or something like, you will be using ls CPU. When you run ls CPU, it will show you CPU information, like how many cores it has, two CPUs, and all the information. What is the minimum hex and model name? Everything can be seen here. Okay, and then if you want to see memory usage information, now what we have seen, CPU information, and if you want to see memory usage information, we can use free-h. It will show you total memory details, used memory details. Total is 1.7 GB, used is 821, free is 478. This is how we can see. And the swap we have 2 GB, free 1.6 GB is we are having, and this is how we can check these details. Mostly we will be working on adding this Linux mission to any domain control, all those things. We'll see those in later sessions. And if you see, swap is like it is a disk space used when physical RAM is full. Okay. And now what I want to show you, one thing which is NMTUI. See, I, now if you want to give any IP address on your own, you can edit a connection, and this is your Ethernet. You can click edit, and here in place of automatic you can click manual, and you can add the details, address, gateway, IP address, all those things you can add here. Okay, this is one thing. You can add it here, and you can click save to save. And to make the changes effective, you can click activate connection, and you can try it again. And to set host name, you can change here as well. Set host name, and you can change it here as well. That is one thing in NMTUI. That's all I have for today. Hope it is useful for you and you learned something on this. Just to recap, most importantly, we have seen how to add a port, how to remove a port, how to restart a firewall services, how to stop firewall services. Later, what we have seen, how to verify host name and how to change host name. And later we have seen, in some cases, your team, you requested for a mission, and your IT team created a mission for you and they gave it to you. And to check your OS release information, all those things, you can go use cat it is OS release. It will show you what OS it is used, all those things. And later we have seen how many CPUs are there, and free usage, free disk usage, I mean memory, how much memory is used, how much memory is available. We have seen these things. These are the uh, basic details. Are this is okay for now. You can crack interview with our Linux sessions complete course. Most of the interviews will be asking questions on these topics only. If you're fresher and trying to get into some Linux administrator role, or any DevOps role, or any role where Linux involved, and the topics which we covered will most useful things for you, and those will be most asked questions and most used services in day-to-day life. That's it. And by this I conclude we have completed the Linux most used commands. Done. See, we have git repo, Linux most used. You can fork this into your missions to get details, or you can star. And we have seen introduction, we have all those things. Just we'll go for a small recap. In introduction, we have seen what is in Linux and what are the types, how many OS distributors are there in Linux distributions, how to install a mission in your local laptop to connect to Linux machine, and then we have seen how to connect to it via putty. Later we have seen how to create a EC2 instance and connect to it via putty in session 1. And in session 2 we have seen file system and navigation. Here we have seen files and water files, directories and metadata, and we have seen hierarchical structure of the all the files available in the Linux machine, and we have seen tree diagram, and we have seen what are the directories. Later we have seen difference between relative path and absolute path, and we have also seen commands in day-to-day life, and their examples have given for you to try it on your own. And in session 3 we have seen files and directory management. This is most important thing, how to get into file, how to change file, how to add content, how to move, rename, all those things we have seen here. And we have seen how to create a directory, how to remove a directory, how to copy directory, how to list directories, all those things. And in user permissions, it is most important thing. I provided more valuable information here. We have seen how to create a group, how to add user, and how to add a user to have root permissions, and we have seen how to change the permissions, and how one user cannot get into the another user information, and how user 2 can provide access to user 1, and how user 1 can provide access to user 2. All those things we have seen. And in process and package management, we have seen what are the processes, and how to see running processes and all those things, how to stop process, and we have seen how to start a service if any, if you have. These commands can be used in our firewall as well. We have used same command, systemctl status firewall d. Since firewall d is our service, to stop we have used systemctl stop and firewall services. To start again we have provided firewall service. To restart you can use same commands. And we have later we have seen what are the packages we have, how to get a package, how to install package, local package, and we have seen what are repos and all those things we have seen. And mostly we have seen difference between update and upgrade. That is most used question in most asked question in interviews. At last we have seen network and logs information. This is okay, this is you will be having okay for now. You can a overview, and by this you will be confident about what commands will be using day to day life, and you can work in any environment with these things. That's all. Um, and I'll be preparing Git topics. In Git we'll be covering next, I mean, since we have completed Linux most used command series, our next series is Git version control system, and under that we will be seeing Git, what is GitHub, and if possible we'll also cover GitLab, and we'll do some CI/CD. Uh, we'll see what are the commands used in Git and GitLab, GitHub, why Git and GitHub came into existence, what is the difference between Git and GitHub. All those things we'll cover in future sessions. By I thought to prepare, no, I mean prepare syllabus for Git uh, by Sunday, last Sunday, but for some reason it couldn't happen with me. I was occupied with some other task and some other works at home. So I'm planning to prepare the content for Git by end of tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Once I'm done, I'll share the information with you, and we'll start the Git session. Hope this helpful to you, and I request you to share and subscribe this channel, and share this channel with someone who is looking into get into DevOps, or looking for an opportunity into DevOps to crack an interview, all those things. The things which I am discussing here is really helpful for them, and you will be definitely cracking an interview. Cool. That's it from my end. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye bye.